Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Good morning to everybody here in person. And good morning to everybody who's logging in online from all around the world. We have people from Russia. We have people from South America logging on, so welcome to everyone. My name is Beth McGinn, and it is truly an honor to welcome you to Building Hope, Cure LBSL's externally-led, patient-focused drug development meeting. I'm coming to you today as both the mother of a child with LBSL, who you will meet later, as well as one of the co-founders of Cure LBSL. What began as a journey to find a cure for one child has grown into a mission of hope for families across the globe. Today marks a pivotal moment for the LBSL community. We gather here, patients, families, scientists, clinicians, and regulatory experts, not just to share stories or data, but to elevate a collective voice that has gone unheard for far too long. We are here to build a brighter future for individuals living with LBSL, a future rooted in understanding, urgency, and most importantly, hope. For those less familiar, LBSL, or leukoencephalopathy with brainstem and spinal cord involvement and lactate elevation, is an ultra-rare progressive neurological disorder caused by mutations in the DARS2 gene. But to the families in this community, LBSL is more than a diagnosis. It's a daily challenge, an uncertain road, and a call to action. This meeting is part of a broader initiative led by the FDA to center patients' experiences and priorities on drug development. The EL-PFDD format provides a platform for what matters most: your lived experience, your unmet needs, and your hope for future treatments. Today, that spotlight is on you. The families and individuals who are not only navigating LBSL, but also leading the charge toward a treatment. I want to thank the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for their presence here today and their partnership. Your commitment to listening and learning directly from the patient community is vital to meaningful progress, especially in the rare disease space, where time is precious and data can be scarce. I'd also like to thank the scientific and medical experts who have joined us today. Your research and clinical care are the foundation of what we hope will soon become viable therapies. We also would like to give a heartfelt thank you to the Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases and the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for their very generous support of today's meeting. And to the team at Cure LBSL, thank you for your tireless advocacy, collaboration, and vision. This meeting could not have happened without you. But most of all, I want to recognize today the families here, those speaking today and those listening quietly online. It takes strength to turn hardship into advocacy, to open your life to the world that so many others may better understand what this disease means and why it matters. Your voices today are very powerful. They will inform science, shape policy, and guide decision makers toward treatments that reflect what's meaningful to you. In naming this meeting Building Hope, we acknowledge both the urgency and the optimism that define this community. Hope is not passive. It's built with purpose, persistence, and partnership. Today, we take another step forward in building hope into reality. I'd like to encourage those dialed in to participate in the meeting's live polling. We'll put a link up soon. Your insights will be shared in the Voice of the Patient report that comes out after this meeting is complete. I would also like to let everybody know online that after this meeting is over, the recording will be immediately available to them using the same link that they used to log on today. So with that, I am going to close my remarks, and I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Amina Fine-Smith, who will give us the clinical overview.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay? Great. And this is, let's see if this works. Okay. So I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. So I'm fully aware that I'm sitting here in a room full of experts about LBSL, yet and still my job today is just to give an overview of what we currently understand about LBSL today. Okay, so there are three major hallmarks. First of all, as Beth mentioned, the DARS2 variants. DARS2 encodes mitochondrial tRNA synthetase. More on that in a moment. It's autosomal recessive and ultra-rare. So LBSL was first described about 20 years ago by MRI pattern recognition. And so the classic MRI brain signal abnormalities that we see are these changes. You can see this in figure A in the cerebral white matter and the cerebellum and that figure above, and in the brainstem and spinal cord tracts. And there's also typically an increased lactate signal on MR spectroscopy, even though that's not necessary for the diagnosis. And then finally, there are the clinical characteristics. So again, when LBSL was first described, the most predominant clinical symptoms and signs were gait and balance impairment, so basically ataxia stemming from the dorsal column dysfunction and from the cerebellar white matter changes that I'm showing, fine motor delays as well. But over the last couple decades, we've learned more, and really we understand the phenotypic spectrum is even wider. And really, there are several phenotypes now established based on age of onset. So unfortunately, we know that the earlier individuals, or really infants and children, experience LBSL symptoms, the more severe it tends to be and the faster disease progression. And more on that in a couple slides. So first, a little more about the role of DARS2 and LBSL pathogenesis. It encodes mitochondrial aspartate tRNA synthetase, and so this is just important for attaching aspartate to the correct mitochondrial transfer RNA. Really, the bottom line is this is important for translation of respiratory chain complex proteins in the mitochondria, and it has downstream effects on cellular energy production. And we also know that there are non-canonical roles of DARS2, and that's still being worked out in the lab. Another sort of unique thing is that the vast majority of patients with LBSL do have a leaky splice site mutation in intron 2 of the DARS2 gene. And so you can see that's intron 2 upstream of exon 3. So in the process of our mRNA splicing, what happens is there's incorrect splicing, exon 3 is skipped, but in some cases, because of the leakiness, there is correct mRNA splicing, and so you do get this full-length functional DARS2 protein. So most people still do have functional enzyme. All right, so back to those three phenotypes that I alluded to in the beginning. So this has emerged as, first of all, neonatal type, where there's onset of symptoms between birth and 3 months. The MRI images are accompanying over to the side, and so you can see there's really severe cerebral underdevelopment, volume loss, or atrophy. And most of these children have microcephaly or small head size. They fail to attain developmental milestones or have regression, and this is globally for motor and cognitive abilities. There's failure to thrive or feeding trouble, and often G-tube dependence, high risk for seizures, and high risk for mortality. And the infantile group is next, with onset about 3 months to 18 months of age. And they might have that classic long tract involvement in the brainstem and spinal cord, or sometimes they don't, even though they still have the T2 hyperintensities in the cortex. And so these children also have global developmental delays. If they're walking, progressive ataxia, spasticity, and weakness, and about 50% eventually are going to require walk aid into adulthood. They have motor crises that we sometimes see in mitochondrial disorders, so in the context of a fever, illness, or trauma, or like a concussion, can have a regression temporarily with walking and balance, cognitive slowing, and usually people do recover from that. There are also feeding difficulties, a moderate risk of seizures, and still an increased mortality risk. And then for the juvenile or adult onset, that's older than 18 months into adulthood, they do have that more classic MRI pattern with the long tracts involved that we showed at the beginning. But there is progressive ataxia, spasticity, weakness, and fine motor concerns. They still often experience the motor crises. About 30% will lose independent walking ability into adulthood, and about a third also have cognitive impairment. There is a low risk for seizures, but still certainly higher than the general population. And then what we understand, there's a subset of about 15 patients that was described a few years ago where it was very clear the DARS2 variants in those cases predicted a more severe effect on mitochondrial function versus a later onset. So sort of our first clue that there might be some genotype-phenotype correlation. I showed this is a table from an older review, but I just want to emphasize that LBSL is primarily a neurologic condition with still across the different groups, chief concerns being motor and gait impairment, and then also the sensory or dorsal column dysfunction. So all of these really affect walking, balance, mobility in day-to-day life, and you're going to hear a lot about how that impacts quality of life today. So, of course, we are at a point where there are no treatments, unfortunately, for LBSL, even though there are gene-targeted therapies under study. And so in parallel, Cure LBSL has really been excellent in supporting Kennedy Krieger and other medical groups in our natural history study. So that's been ongoing since 2018. We have expanded to international sites, and there's participation through virtual research visits primarily to try to give everybody as much access to participation as possible. We repeat the visits every 6 months. So just a sense of what, if you're not involved in the study, what we are getting. So we get information with wearable sensors about walking and balance. Patients undergo an ataxia rating scale, the SARA. We get interview information on how things are going clinically, developmentally in school. Patients fill out, or patients or their parents do surveys about quality of life, their fine motor tests, and also global function scores that we obtain. So just to give a snapshot of what things look like for our patients involved in the natural history study in the U.S. This is overall a pretty young group, so the mean age is about 9 years, with participation though from infancy until adulthood. The average symptom onset age is about 3.5, and so really about half of our patients have onset younger than 18 months and half older. The gross motor function and fine motor function average scores are in the moderate range, as well as the ataxia scores. About 2/3 are still walking independently. 2/3 need orthotics to address spasticity and foot drop. It's usually an ankle foot orthotic. About 2/3 of them experience a motor crises, and about 60% of people are taking the mitochondrial cocktail. In terms of the medical problems that require treatment, GI concerns are the number one, far and away. So constipation, reflux, and for those youngest patients, significant failure to thrive and G-tube dependence, and that's in about 40%. About 1 in 5 patients experience seizures, and sometimes these are really aggressive and refractory. About 1 in 5 are treated for spasticity. 1 in 10 are treated for ADHD and behavior concerns, and 1 in 10 for clinical anxiety and depression. In terms of school, and development, there are major impacts. So about 2/3 of the people in our study have gross motor delays, fine motor delays, and speech impairment or delay is also common and seems to progress. Because of the fine motor concerns and the ataxia or the tremor affecting the upper body, there are riding problems in almost all. About 1/3 have learning disability, 1/3 have other cognitive concerns like intellectual disability or autism, and because of these challenges that I've already mentioned, most are going to need help with 504 plan or individualized education plan to be successful in school. I just want to end, my last slide is about brain lactate in LBSL. Of course, it's the last L in the name, and we are still trying to understand more about it. So we know that lactate is elevated in these abnormal brain white matter areas on MR imaging in LBSL. We know that it's a signal of mitochondrial dysfunction. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of information on repeated measures of lactate for patients, but it does appear they do fluctuate over time, and we don't know exactly why, and the levels are higher in kids with that earlier onset form of disease. However, it's a little harder to look at because the blood and CSF levels of lactate remain normal. So we do think it has a lot of potential as a biomarker that's being investigated now. We really need those repeat measures to fully understand how it might reflect disease burden in LBSL, and then also, thinking from the therapeutic standpoint, provide proof of concept that our treatments can actually target mitochondrial function effectively. So I think that's my last slide, and I'll turn it over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith-Fine. In my initial nerves and jitters, I skipped over from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration is here to provide opening remarks from the FDA. And Michelle, I want to apologize, just a little jittery at the beginning, but we are so grateful to have you here and your colleagues. So welcome, Michelle.
Thank you. We're definitely learning how to go with the flow these days, so it is all okay. Hello and good morning. My name is Michelle Campbell, and I am the Associate Director for Stakeholder Engagement and Clinical Outcomes for the Office of Neuroscience in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. First, I'm so happy to see so many patients. I know we've got some boys that are outside playing and building with the building blocks. Caregivers and advocates, both here in person in the room with us today and as well on the web. Thank you for being a part of this meeting and sharing your experience with us. I'd like to also thank the Cure LBSL staff that was involved in planning this meeting. I know we also have representation from industry, academia, and other medical products development stakeholders participating online today. While FDA plays a critical role in medical product development, we're just one part of the process, and I'm glad to see a high level of interest from those who also play a very important role. Additionally, many of my colleagues from various offices and other medical product centers, our Center for Biologics and our Center for Devices, are attending as well, both in person and virtually today. We share the patient community's commitment to facilitate the development of safe and effective medical products for leukoencephaly with brain stem involvement and lactate elevation, or LBSL. Know when we say medical product development, we mean it in the broadest sense of identifying, developing, and evaluating potential therapies or devices that can help patients manage their condition. While you may not see all of us here today in person, we are here to learn directly from you and your family's lived experience with LBSL. More than a decade ago, the FDA started its patient-focused drug development program. As a part of this program, we began by hosting patient-focused drug development meetings, affectionately known as PFDD. These meetings brought patients, caregivers, and various members of the FDA together to listen and learn about the patient's experience with their disease or disorder. What we learned from these meetings is that patients are the experts in the lived experience of their disease or disorder. Patients are uniquely positioned to inform regulatory agencies and to provide an understanding of the burden of disease and thoughts on currently available treatments. Another outcome of the PFDD meetings we held was the growth of patient-focused drug development, and in particular, meetings being hosted outside of FDA, like the one we're here today for. A product of these meetings is the Voice of the Patient report, which FDA can reference for future information when providing advice in a specific medical product development program for LBSL. As I said earlier, this is why we are here today, to learn from you on the lived experience. FDA promotes and protects public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products, but we do not develop medical products or conduct clinical trials. It is, however, FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a product outweighs its risks. Therefore, having these kinds of dialogue is extremely valuable for us, because hearing what patients and caregivers care about can help us lead the way in figuring out how to best facilitate medical product development and understand how patients view the benefits and risks of therapies and devices for LBSL. Our commitment to better understanding the rare disease drug community's unmet needs and finding opportunities to accelerate rare disease drug development where appropriate is critical to all of our rare disease families. We often hear from families who ask us, how do we at the agency use the information we learn from PFDD meetings in our everyday work? We use the learnings from today and other engagement that we've had with the LBSL community to inform the advice we can provide to medical product developers. This can range from concepts that could be measured to support clinical trial endpoints, to considerations of clinical trial design, and to what a clinically meaningful change from an intervention would look like to families. We truly learn so much from these meetings, and we look forward to incorporating what we learned today into the agency's current thinking and understanding of how patients and families view benefits and risks of therapies and devices for LBSL. We thank you for your participation, and we're grateful for each one of you for being here and sharing your personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. So thank you, and I turn it back to Beth because we're really here today to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell, and thank you, Dr. Fine, for your remarks. My name is Morgan Vogt, and I am the Executive Director of Cure LBSL. I'll be serving as today's meeting moderator. Most importantly, I'm also the mom of a little girl who's 8 years old and has LBSL. Before we get started, I wanted to share a few reminders to help set the stage for today's meeting. As we just heard, the program was launched by the FDA to ensure that the patient perspective is front and center in drug development and regulatory decision-making. So today's meeting is both structured as well as interactive. We'll divide our day into two main discussion topics. The first session focuses on the quality of life impacts and unmet needs of those living with LBSL. We'll dive into symptoms and learn what it's like to live with this ultra-rare disease. After a lunch break, we'll move into the second session, which explores community preferences as they relate to clinical trials and future treatments. You'll learn about what meaningful outcomes look like, how families would gauge success, and the lens through which the community considers clinical trials. Each session will open with several testimonies from patients and caregivers around the world, and then we'll shift gears into moderated discussion. Our panelists here will lead that discussion, but for those of you who are tuning in online, we have two main ways for you to participate today. Patients, family members, and caregivers can submit written comments through the comment box that's directly below this live stream embedded at curelbsl.org. We will also have live polling during each session, which gives us an opportunity to highlight the trends and similarities across the LBSL community. You can participate in these polls through your computer, your tablet, or your smartphone. For those interested in participating in the live polling, I'd like to invite you all right now to go to pollev.com/curelbsl. I think we'll put that up there on the screen. That's pollev.com/curelbsl. You can open a new browser tab, pull it up on your phone. Folks in this room, you're welcome to participate in the polling as well. Your responses will also help shape the formal post-meeting paper called The Voice of the Patient Report that we share directly with the FDA and researchers, drug developers, and other stakeholders. So your input today is critical and will provide a lasting impact for years to come. The comment box on our website will remain open for 30 days after today's meeting. So if after today's discussion ends, you realize you forgot to mention something or something strikes you that you'd like to share, please go to our comment box and tell us more. Just get the comments in before Labor Day, September 1st, so they can be included in the report. Time is myelin has become a mantra for our LBSL community, and even today, we're racing against the clock. So I encourage you to be concise with your comments, because we do have a limited amount of time for each session, and we want to make sure that we've captured as many voices as possible. As a final reminder, comments, discussion, and polling is limited to only LBSL patients, family members, and caregivers, the direct LBSL community impacted by the disease. If you're not one of those people, we welcome you to listen and learn today, and we are so grateful you're here to do so. Before I close, one quick but important note. While these meetings are all about your lived experiences, we ask participants to avoid talking about insurance coverage and drug pricing because the FDA cannot help with that. Today's focus is on symptoms, the impact on quality of life, and your hopes and expectations for treatment. Keeping this focus ensures the meeting stays aligned with the FDA's goals and has the greatest possible impact. With that being said, I encourage you, my fellow members of the LBSL community, to be courageous, be honest, and be heard. We'll dive in with some live polling questions to get us started. As a reminder, go to pollev.com/curelbsl to participate. So our first question up is going to be, where do you currently reside? We have A, U.S. Pacific Time, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, other. So we see a number of people coming in from primarily the US, but we know we have a good subset of patients that are in Europe as well. So thank you, who are the folks that are dealing with big time changes, to be on the call and to be online with us right now. So everybody, I think we're good. Are we good? Does that look like we've got everybody clocked in right now? All right, excellent. Well, let's go ahead and move on to our next one. Are you or your loved one with LBSL A, female, B, male, C, other, or D, prefer not to identify? We don't really necessarily see a big gender prevalence, I think, with LBSL, right, Beth? So we're still kind of ticking in. It's a pretty even split. All right. I think we can move on to our next question. Oh, hold on. How old are you or your affected loved one? 0 to 2 years of age, B, 3 to 5 years of age, C, 6 to 10 years of age, D, 11 to 17, E, 18 to 30, F, 31 to 50, G, 51 to 70, H, 71 or older. As a reminder, LBSL was only discovered about 20 years ago, so a lot of our patient population that we're aware of is a relatively younger side of things. Give it another couple seconds, see where everybody ticks in at. All right, and we'll move to our last one for this section right now, and that's, let's get it pulled up. We good to the next question? Okay. How long have you or your loved one lived with LBSL? A, 1 to 2 years, B, 3 to 5 years, C, 6 to 10, or D, greater than 10 years. And LBSL, being genetic, obviously is something patients would have lived with since birth, but what we're really trying to get at here is how long you've lived with symptoms of LBSL, because we know that many of our patients experience symptoms first and have had a diagnostic odyssey before they actually get diagnosed with LBSL. So. All right, great. Well, that will conclude our live polling session for the moment. Now, I'd like to welcome our speakers for this first topic up to the stage, and they're going to share more about the daily impacts of LBSL. So, Casey, Ellie, and Michaela, if you would make your way to the stage right now. Our first speaker this morning is Eleni, who's from Greece, and she actually couldn't be here today in person. So she sent in her remarks for us, and so let's go ahead and give it a listen. Take it away, Eleni.
My name is Eleni, and I am the mother of a 9. Tasso has shown symptoms since infancy, and his form of the disease is severe. For us, LBSL has never been a distant diagnosis. It is the framework of our everyday life. Tassos lives with profound intellectual disability, epilepsy, cortical blindness, and mainly hypotonic quadriplegia. He is fully dependent on us for every aspect of his care. He cannot walk, talk, or express his needs, and is unable to feed himself. We're responsible for every detail of his daily life: lifting, positioning, changing, feeding, managing medication, monitoring seizures, and interpreting every small signal his body gives. He attends a special school that focuses on visual stimulation and sensory coordination, and has been receiving supportive therapies, physiotherapy, occupational therapy, visual therapy, since he was 6 months old. These therapies help maintain some form of function, but they're not enough, and their ongoing cost, along with the cost of medication and special equipment, places a significant financial strain on our family. Our everyday life revolves around meeting Tassos' complex needs and planning for a future where we may no longer be able to do so. On especially bad days, Tassos experiences seizures that can escalate into status epilepticus and lead us urgently to the hospital. It's a day of fear, of watching him unresponsive, hoping the medication will work. The risk of prolonged hospitalization is always present. Over time, his symptoms have been both severe and relatively stable, but we know that LBSL is a progressive condition. The threat of further demyelination looms. What we fear most is the possibility that one day he might struggle to swallow or breathe on his own. That thought is unbearable. And yet we hope. We hold on to the possibility of a breakthrough. Scientific progress has shown us that a future treatment targeting the genetic cause of LBSL may not be out of reach, a therapy capable of slowing or even halting the worsening of Tassos' condition. More than that, we dare to imagine a solution that could begin to undo some of the harm already done. This vision gives us strength to keep going. We follow closely the evolution of gene editing technologies, particularly CRISPR. The fact that LBSL stems from a mutation in a single gene, DARS2, makes it a strong candidate for targeted correction. The idea that its faulting sequence could one day be rewritten offers real grounds for optimism. For my family, even modest gains would be life-changing. If Tassos were able to communicate more directly, to show discomfort or preferences, we could respond more accurately, ease his distress, and perhaps avoid unnecessary hospitalizations. It would lighten the daily burden of care and gives us insight into what suits him, what captures his interest, what makes him feel safe or happy. These connections would also allow us to share more meaningful moments as a family. What we deeply long for is the chance for Tassos to reclaim what this disease has taken. Children like us, already living with the consequences of this condition, cannot afford to wait, and those yet to be diagnosed deserve the promise of a better tomorrow that science can offer, to live more comfortably, more safely, and with more hope.
Eleni, thank you for sharing with us. We have one more recorded testimony for you, this one from Liz and Duncan in New Zealand, whose son Marco lives with LBSL. So let's hear from Liz and Duncan.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our experience with our son Marco in LBSL. Marco is now 15 years old. He was formally diagnosed when he was 4.5 years old. As he's progressed in age, his symptoms have become significantly more intrusive, with his walking distance reduced, his balance significantly compromised, and his endurance strength reduced, such that he struggles to keep up with his peers at school. This makes it difficult for him to partake in any team sport activities and to participate in the normal requirements of physical education at school. It is beginning to affect the basics of daily living for him. We notice he struggles to utilize eating utensils with his left arm. It makes it very difficult for him to place the contacts in his eyes, which are required for his visual impairment.
As his manual dexterity worsens, Marco finds simple tasks such as buttoning shirts and doing up his shoelaces take him much longer than his peers and make it difficult for him to keep up in the school environment. Unfortunately, with time, we have noticed his symptoms progress significantly, and this causes him physical and emotional distress. The physical distress is the inability to keep up with his classmates at school and the ability to be involved in recreational activities that allow him to enjoy social interaction in that environment. As his dexterity with the hands is reducing, the ability to care for himself in terms of applying his contacts and feeding and doing his shoelaces is becoming more difficult. His balance is compromised such that he has increasing frequency of trips and falls, and secondary to this, abrasions to his hands and knees. This is physically frustrating for him and also socially awkward. Looking ahead to the future, we clearly want Marco to be able to live a full, independent life, free of mobility aids, where he's able to drive, work, and has a sense of purpose in the community. Getting there, of course, will requiring a meaningful new treatment for LBSL. There's nothing we wouldn't try to improve Marco's functional abilities, and we would consider just about anything as long as it wouldn't reduce his existing functional abilities or shrink his world. Anything impacting longevity or cognitive function would be non-negotiable. Thinking about such a treatment, functional stability would be the primary goal, but also the minimum for Marco. Such a treatment would prevent any further deterioration in his already compromised balance, endurance, and dexterity in the hands. The holy grail for us and for him would be to see some improvement in his motor, coordination, and dexterity skills. We hope that any treatment may prevent further decline and potentially improve his current level of function.
Liz and Duncan, we are so grateful you took the time to record your story. Thank you. Now we're going to turn it over to our speakers up here in person. And first we'll have Ellie, who is the whole reason this entire Cure LBSL effort got started. This started as a cure for Ellie more than 10 years ago. So it's my honor to introduce Ellie, so take it away.
There we go. Hello, my name is Ellie, and I'm here today to share my experience as a patient living with LBSL. During my time, I will share about how LBSL impacts my quality of life, discuss unmet needs, and share a bit about my hopes for the future. As you probably know by now, LBSL is a mitochondrial disease. Because of this, I'm always tired. I'm tired when I wake up. I'm tired at school. I'm tired when I hang out with my friends. Ironically, the only time I'm not tired is when I go to bed. As soon as I lay down, my head starts racing so fast that it's difficult to relax, and the circulation in my legs gets so awful that I'm unable to sleep. The poor circulation occurs constantly, and the area below my knees is especially impacted, often turning red or blue. And it is accompanied by a tingling or typically a burning sensation. And my parents have to get up out of bed and help me with this very often. Since 2020, I have lost a lot of muscle mass in my legs, which means it's difficult to lift my legs when I walk. As a result, I'm slower than my friends and peers, and I'm unable to run safely. I believe many or perhaps all of the physical symptoms I experience are caused by ataxia, a common manifestation of LBSL, which has caused me to move a lot less than I would like. Since there isn't an approved therapy to treat LBSL, I take the Mito cocktail and investigational therapy I'm on through expanded access and make use of mobility aids. While my fatigue and heaviness below my knees have decreased a bit, they are very much still there. While I have slightly more muscle strength and energy than I once did, I have yet to find an effective treatment for my ataxia. I often am emotionally impacted by my condition because I watch my friends and peers do things with such ease, only for their actions to remind me that I can't do that. sorry, I lost my place. I see that people run off on school field trips. I watch other people make fun decisions on a whim to go on the metro with their friends. And I watch my family be able to leave as they please. Well, I can't do that because my house is inaccessible and I can't move freely. I often see people do things and wonder if that's normal and if that's only something I can't do because of my condition. While in my home, I have a good idea of how I can maneuver around the house. It is still not full mobility, and it can be quite aggravating at times, especially when I'm not in my house and don't have a good sense of where things are. When I'm out of the house, I often use crutches or typically a wheelchair, which can be limiting to where I can go and what I can access. The lack of mobility is socially isolating, and I feel like my condition has held me down in a world full of people who can do whatever they please. I was recently asked about what a meaningful new treatment for LBSL would look like, and I would prefer an accessible treatment that can be delivered without major disruption to my routine. Everything I mentioned about my symptoms and emotions makes this condition hard enough. I don't need my treatment making it harder. I hope my statement was able to help you see how I feel about these matters. Ultimately, I want as normal a life as possible. I want to keep up with people. I want to feel okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie, for your bravery and sharing so much of your story right now. I'm going to turn it over to Casey, who's the mom of Hazel. And Hazel will be joining us with her mom on a panel this afternoon, but Casey's going to share a little bit about their story first.
That was beautiful, Ellie. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Casey, and I am here to speak with you about my daughter, Hazel. When I watch Hazel live with LBSL, I see strength, I see resilience, but more than anything, I see the relentless weight of a disease that dictates every aspect of her life, a disease that steals the ease of life and turns the simplest moments into battles that force her to adapt in no ways a child should have to. It fills me with desperation. Drinking water should be effortless, but for Hazel, it's a calculated effort. She must always have access to straws, or she cannot drink at all. Eating is not casual. It requires careful coordination because her hand tremors make simple bites a challenge. Walking while carrying something is impossible unless it's sealed tight. Even choosing shoes is not about fashion, it's about survival. The smallest details of daily life requires planning, management, and vigilance, not just for her, but our entire family. Hazel didn't always need a straw. That developed around middle school. The progression has been gradual, but Hazel has moved into middle and high school, and the physical demands placed on her have increased significantly. What once seemed manageable becomes more challenging, not necessarily because the condition worsened rapidly, but because the expectations of typical child development continue to rise. These natural milestones begin to highlight the impairments in ways that wasn't evident before. The gap between what is expected and what is possible grows, making the challenges more pronounced. Hazel is almost 17. At this age, teenagers are gaining independence, exploring new freedoms, but for Hazel, that independence and spontaneity is overshadowed by constant monitoring and necessary planning. She must be hydrated, well-fed, and rested, things every parent watches in young children, but not in a teenager who should be living her life without these limitations. And beyond the physical struggle, the emotional toll is unbearable. She wants to fit in, like any teenager, but the uncertainty gnaws at her. Are my friends here because they care or because they feel obligated? The loneliness creeps in, even in rooms full of people, where small differences set her apart in ways no others have to think about. Even joy comes with fear. A simple invitation to a friend's house or a big event like homecoming becomes a flood of worries. Will I be able to eat? Will there be straws? Will people stare at my shoes? She should be thinking about dancing in her sparkly homecoming dress and not whether her footwear makes her stand out. And too often the unknowns outweigh the excitement, so she stays home, trapped in isolation where she knows her basic needs can be met, and it breaks my heart. As her parent, I fight for her, I plan, I advocate, I strategize. Every milestone, getting a driver's license, finding a job, going on a school trip, it requires exhausting preparation, creativity, and the painful acceptance that some things will always be different or worse, out of reach entirely. And all the while, I grieve the stolen moments, the uncertainty, and the dreams that may never come to be. I also think about the future. A treatment for LBSL may exist. This would mean she has a treatment that would adequately address her hand tremor so she can eat and drink in front of people without embarrassment. This treatment would allow Hazel to walk, write, go to prom and carry liquids of any kind. She could use the stovetop and oven to make her favorite foods, mac and cheese and pizza, without the fear of dropping or burning herself. A treatment like the one described could positively impact her independence and confidence by providing Hazel assurances that she can manage adulthood on her own. This is the future we've hoped for, fought for, and refused to give up on. It means that all of the sleepless nights, moments of helplessness, and desperate pleas for progress were not in vain. A treatment represents a turning point. It is the spark that reminds us the future doesn't have to be defined by limitations, but by possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey, for speaking with such eloquence and openness. Next, we have Michaela, who is joined on stage with her sweet son, Tanner, and she's going to share a little bit about their journey.
My name is Michaela. Can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Michaela, and I'm here to share my family's experience with LBSL. This is my son, Tanner, and he's 5 years old. His symptoms of LBSL have been present from birth. It's difficult to narrow down what symptoms have the biggest impact on his life because literally every aspect of his life is completely altered by this disease. Didn't think I was gonna cry. Sorry. Ooh, okay. From his cortical visual impairment down to his total lack of control over his legs. Tanner's inability to walk, stand, or hold himself up at all is the most obvious symptom. He's always confined to a back brace, a supportive chair, and/or a wheelchair. His severe visual impairment, think filtered light and distorted shapes at best, as well as his inability to speak, make it nearly impossible for him to interact with the outside world, as well as for us to interact with him. Sorry. Some symptoms that might go unnoticed by others are his difficulty with swallowing and his NPO status, meaning he can't have anything by mouth, no food, no water, no medicine. He often chokes on his own saliva, which causes him to vomit and then choke on his own vomit. In addition to his full-time use of a G-tube, feeding him is a balancing act because he is sensitive to most foods and prone to constipation. Tanner is easily exhausted by what we would consider regular day-to-day activities, yet he sleeps poorly and often wakes up throughout the night. I keep a monitor on him and I call him my perpetual newborn. However, what good is a baby monitor when he makes no sound to alert me? He cannot bathe himself or jump into the pool. He cannot kick a ball or climb a tree. He has no idea that he lives on a little farm with a bunch of animals, or even that it is named after him. He doesn't have a favorite show, nor will he learn to read like other kids his age. His younger brother was just potty trained, but he will be in diapers forever. Ooh, okay. Well, in many respects, he is like a perpetual newborn. Not everything about him has stayed the same. His ability to cough when he has a cold has weakened, leading to pneumonia and partial lung collapse this year. His scoliosis has worsened since his body cannot support itself. Some limbs are stiff and tight while others are floppy. He lacks all control over his body, and he must have our total help in quite literally any circumstance you can imagine. However, it isn't all doom and gloom. He's a huge gift to our family, and we often ask ourselves, what would we do if we didn't have Tanner? He never disobeys, he's yet to refuse a snuggle, and he brings us joy every single day. Psalm 139 says, "For you have formed my inward parts. You knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made." People like Tanner are not a mistake. They are created by God and should be protected. This life is very difficult, but I'm grateful to tell you today that my total hope is found in Jesus Christ. Romans 5:8 says, "God shows his love for us, and that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. He took the penalty for our sins upon himself, so that no matter how difficult this life is, we can have hope of being with him forever." With that said, imagine the joy of eliminating some of these symptoms, if not curing LBSL altogether. A meaningful therapy for Tanner would lead to more restful sleep and the ability to sit up on his own, two things that would dramatically improve Tanner's quality of life. Being able to see or hold a toy would also be extremely impactful, as Tanner would be able to enjoy greater interaction with his siblings, and caregiver burden would be reduced as well. Thinking about the studies that would be necessary to get there, my family is always interested in outcomes specific to his form of disease, such as a trial looking at kids who have never walked, as opposed to a trial for patients who are losing their ability to walk. Thank you for the opportunity to share Tanner's story.
Thank you, Michaela, and thank you all again for being willing to come up here and tell us about your experiences. We're going to shift gears now and move into our moderated discussion. So I'd like to invite up our panelists. And we have Josh, who is an LBSL patient from West Virginia, Stephanie, who is the mom of 2 little boys with LBSL, Lance, who hails from California and has 2 sons with LBSL, and Laura, the mom of a little girl with LBSL. We're also going to dive into another live polling question. So while our panelists are switching out and making their way up here, let's go ahead and get that next live polling question pulled up. And as a reminder, to participate, you can just go to pollev.com/curelbsl. So our next question is, which of the following LBSL-related health concerns does your loved one have or have had? Select all that apply. So we've got A, ataxia, B, paresthesia or neuropathic pain, C, seizures, D, headache, E, muscle cramps, F, heat and cold intolerance, G, GI dysfunction and constipation, H, nystagmus and other vision problems, I, fine motor difficulties, J, fatigue, K, sleep disturbances, and L, microcephaly. So we really see LBSL has, it affects a lot of systems, right? There are a lot of symptoms, a lot of challenges and concerns that our community experiences. I think, oh, go ahead.
We actually have some comments coming in online. Could I read a few?
Sure.
Sure. Okay. Anne from Norway, she calls this a tiring disease to live with and uses a lot of energy no matter what you do. I've been recommended exercise, but it gives me no energy, and it's just tiring. It's hard to know what's good and what's not. So there is so much ignorance about the disease. And then we have a patient from Turkey who shared that their most challenging symptoms are gait disturbance and difficulty dressing independently, which is something we heard from our last panel. And then just one more I'll do. We have a patient who is commenting from Brazil, and they shared that they wake up every morning with stiff urgency. So
Thank you
guys.
Thank you. And we'll go ahead and move on into our next question, which is, we can get it up. you're going to select the top 3 most troublesome LBSL-related health concerns that you have had or have right now. And so that's taking that list we just looked at, but pick your top 3. We've got A, ataxia, B, paresthesia or neuropathic pain, C, seizures, D, headaches, E, muscle cramps, F, heat and cold intolerance, G, GI dysfunction and constipation, H, nystagmus and other vision problems, I, fine motor difficulties, J, fatigue, K, sleep disturbances, and L, microcephaly. I think it's coming as no surprise that ataxia is one of the primary concerns that our patient population has, along with, it kind of looks like, fine motor difficulties. We see a lot of issues with that, seizures, heat and cold intolerance. We'll give it a couple more minutes to tick in. Beth, do you have anything else you want to add?
Yes, we have a comment that came in on heat tolerance, intolerance specifically, saying that it's also a top concern for me, that they're reporting because of the heat, instances in the heat. Yeah, they said it's very hard to even go outdoors in hot weather, which I know is something our family has also experienced. It's just sort of a no-go.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. We'll continue to have live polling throughout this panel. And as a reminder, if you're online, keep sending in those comments through that comment box. But this first round of live polling really gave us a window into the range of symptoms and impacts that LBSL has. So panelists, now I want to turn it over to you, and I want to hear from you, like, what symptoms most significantly impact your life? And Josh, would you go ahead and get us started? I know you've shared a lot with me.
Sure, I can go ahead and get us started. So first off, my name's Josh. I'm 29. I was diagnosed with LBSL at the age of 9. And really the biggest symptoms that I really deal with, that ataxia and just the numbness that comes, it really happens randomly most of the time. Some days are obviously worse than others, and really it can just come out of nowhere sometimes. I'll be out walking to work or something like that, and I'll be in the middle of the road crossing a street, and my legs just start to shut down on me. And that's really difficult to deal with because that's not safe for me. That's not safe for people driving around. All around, it's a bad idea. I also learned through this panel that the heat intolerance is a thing. I always just thought I was warmer than normal, but I found out that actually could be coming from this, and it makes a lot more sense now. And then one that I really get to experience right now, normally when everyone gets nervous, your legs get a little numb because, you're kind of scared. My legs do that on their own. So like right now, waist down, I've got nothing.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm wondering, Josh, when you start to feel that numbness come on, like, how much warning do you get, or is it really that quick?
So the warning, again, that's kind of random. Sometimes I can slowly start to feel the numbness coming on. And, living with this for so long, I've kind of gotten used to when I feel that feeling, I'm like, okay, I have about this long to get somewhere safer before they're done. Other times it will literally come out of nowhere. Actually, just like a month ago, walking home, I had to call my dad and be like, hey, I'm stuck in the middle of the road. Can you please come pick me up and drive me the last minute to my house because I cannot make it?
Thank you for sharing that. Laura, I'm wondering, would you like to go next and tell us a little bit more about your daughter and the symptoms that have impacted her life?
Sure. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm the mother of Carolina, who is 6 years old and was diagnosed with LBSL when she was 1 year old. We are from Rome, Italy. And the main symptoms for Carolina at the moment will be fatigue and lack of balance. So she gets tired more frequently and more easily compared to her peers. She's able to play, jump, and run, but not for a long time. Sometimes not even for more than like 3 or 4 minutes, and then she needs to rest constantly. As Josh mentioned, things can be random, so there are good days, there are bad days, but these symptoms are particularly evident when she comes out of illnesses, even a simple cold or fever. She's definitely more impacted by her symptoms when she's sick, and even like 2 weeks after she's been sick and she's recovered, sometimes even a month. So her recovery times are longer compared to other people.
Thank you for sharing. And Stephanie, I think you have also mentioned that illnesses can impact your boys as well. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about symptoms that you've experienced?
Yes. Hi, I'm Stephanie. I have 2 children living with LBSL, a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old. And our most significant symptoms are fatigue, mobility, balance, and coordination, and then seizure activity. But as far as what Laura said about the illnesses, it does take them just a common cold or fever. They don't recover the next day, or even everything takes longer for them to get back to their baseline, and then it's like we're starting over every time. And then that's starting over with school, with play, with therapies. We are like having to regain all of those abilities that I felt like were once learned. And then the seizure activity also causes extreme fatigue for the boys, and we see where one seizure that lasts less than 30 seconds will affect the entire day or sometimes the entire week, where we will see the mobility and the walking decline and the tiredness, wanting to sleep more, needing naps throughout the day, rest, missing school, things like that, more appointments.
Thank you. Well, and I'm just wondering too, for you as a mom, how do those symptoms affect you when you see them going through those things?
It's painful, trying to be there for them and comfort them, and also know that there's nothing that I can do to help them at that point.
Thank you. Lance, would you like to weigh in? What symptoms most affect your boys?
Sure. My name's Lance. I have 2 children with LBSL out of 4 children. 2 boys, Parker and Cooper. Parker's 15 and Cooper's 11. And the biggest issues that we encounter with them, they are fortunately progressing well, but they're have not progressed that far, but they have balance and gait issues. And so we just worry about the future of what holds as that progresses, and they continue to have more and more balance and gait issues, and it's just the impact that has on them interacting with their peers is probably one of the biggest things that we deal with.
Thank you. Well, and Josh and Laura, I'm wondering too if either one of you want to weigh in and tell us a little bit more about like how does that affect those symptoms when you're with people? Like, how do they react? What happens on the playground, or when you're, out with friends and your legs aren't working? I don't know, Josh, if you want to go first, or Laura, if you want to go first, I see you nodding.
Yeah. At the moment, it's obviously hard explain people what's going on because it's a rare disease. We don't even know many things yet. But the most difficult thing when interacting with people is that they think Carolina is lazy and she's moaning. So that's really hard because sometimes it's true. Of course, she moans, she cries like every kid. But we know that it's not exactly that. So it's really hard to make this make understand people that the situation is not exactly like that.
Yeah, that resonates with me. I know with Madison, she has also been accused of being a lazy baby, and for years before we got our diagnosis, I was just told that she was just lazy and didn't want to walk, and she would get there eventually. But even now, her trying to keep up, people are always like, come on, Madison, and trying to get her to move faster, and it's hard for her body to actually do that. So thank you. Josh, did you have anything else you wanted to add about?
Yeah, sure, I can answer that. So, you know, being older, you know, I'm aware of, you know, the other people around me when I'm with friends, family, and, you know, with friends and family, it's not as noticeable, but, you know, with just random people that are, you know, at an event that I'm at, you know, I can see all of them staring at me. It doesn't feel great, but there's not really a whole lot I can do about that. You know, you can't really stop every person on the street and be like, hey, this is what's going on. Can you please stop staring? Thankfully, the friends that I do have when I go out to events and whatnot, they are aware of my situation, and more often than not, they're more than happy to slow down to, you know, involve me. Plenty of times they'll check on me and be like, hey, are you doing okay right now? Do you need to stop and sit? Occasionally, with the ones that have been with me longer and know more about this, you know, they even notice it a little bit before I do, and they're like, hey, you're gonna sit down right now. And I'm not really given a choice. But, you know, sometimes that is helpful.
That is wonderful that you have people that recognize that. That's amazing, Josh. Beth, do you have any other comments you wanted to add from online?
Yeah, we're getting some comments that mirror these, exactly what Josh is talking about. There's a mother in Russia who says her daughter's legs often lock up and she has to stop. Frequent falls limit her freedom, and so every step has to be carefully monitored. We have a father here in the United States who says his daughter is losing the ability to walk across a small room. While that's a physical limitation, the daily falls, frustrations, and associated mental anguish are some of the hardest things to cope with in this disease. I'm also getting some feedback that we can turn it over to the audience at any point too, to see if there's any. Do we have anyone in the audience who'd like to add anything from what we've spoken about? And if no, that's okay too. But we know we just want to make sure everybody here. Yes, please.
So, my follow-up question, I've heard a lot already this morning about the concept of waxing and waning and good days and bad days. I don't know if you're gonna get to it later, but what is helpful to us is when we're thinking about a trial design that's gonna be some time of a lengthy trial, we have to understand what that kind of looks like for us to be able to understand what we're seeing in the results. So can you describe to me what good and bad looks like? Or what waxing and waning of the day is?
Yeah, why don't we go ahead?
If I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. It is, we did have it planned as a question, but Michaela, if you want to go ahead and add, that would be wonderful. If you want to dive in, thank you. Yeah, that's fine. They have a mic for you.
I'm not going to go like too in depth because there's a lot of details, but like a bad day for him or bad consecutive days would be like he literally sleeps all day, and that's usually caused like for instance this trip, it's great for us, but like it's gonna take him at least a week of sleeping all day just to recover from having to be woken up early, going to the airport, being in bright lights and a lot of sounds. So that's bad for him and for us because we can't just move on with our lives to the next part of our lives. We have to slow down and give him a chance to sleep through it, which he's already started. He's been asleep all day, but yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Michaela. Lance, it looks like, oh, go.
It's just.
So a good day for us would be like not a phone call from the school. I at least get 3 phone calls a week sometimes with Dean in the nurse's office where he tripped and fell multiple times, or he wasn't feeling good. They've checked all of his symptoms. He didn't have anything that he would need to come home from school, but they would like to know if I'd like to come pick him up because he's just not feeling right, whether it be his legs are hurting or he feels tired. For my younger son, Dalton, who started kindergarten this year, they asked me, are you okay if he falls asleep in class? Is it okay if we lay him down for a nap? And I'm like, yes, that's fine, because he's not going to get anything out of the lesson if he's super fatigued anyway. So that would be a good day with a couple less phone calls from the school, but our bad days would be frequent falls, multiple seizures. You hear them cough or sneeze and you're wondering, well, what's going to happen next? What's the next pin to drop? So.
Thank you. Lance, it looked like you were also ready to weigh in. I saw you.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of commonality in speaking to hearing this and other patients. I mean, our son, Cooper, when he was very young, it was difficult because he was, not as communicative at an early age and was complaining about his legs and he always called it the feeling in his legs that we never really could understand what that was. And very, very similar to Stephanie, where, bad days are similar phone calls from the school of Cooper falling in PE or whatnot, and him being scared. In fact, he's at summer camp right now, and we just got a phone call yesterday that he fell running down the hill. So, and it's similar to what Josh says. He says his legs just kind of give out. He calls it, he has to warm them up. And if he tries to warm them up, they usually work better, but it's just not a guarantee. The bad days are getting those phone calls or him sharing that he fell unexpectedly, or even expectedly. It's not great.
Thank you, Lance. I'm curious, can you tell us a little bit more about when you say he has to warm his legs up? Like, is that stretching? Is that like...
To be honest, I don't really know. It's hard to relate, but yeah,
Sure.
I think it's easing into the activity if it's PE, that he doesn't go full speed initially. But yeah, he just calls it warming them up, and we're still trying to, I think he's still trying to figure out what that exactly means as well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Can I add something real quick?
Yeah.
As a parent, I would say a good day, and I'm sorry, Ellie, I know you're here. I don't mean to speak for you, but from my perspective, a good day is go to school, you make it through the school day, and you even maybe have enough energy to do homework afterward, or you're just, you come home and you're not a crying mess. Medium day would be I got a call from the nurse and Ellie's feeling tired, maybe, or Ellie texts, maybe come home. And then a bad day is just so tired she can't make it to school. So anyways, I hope that paints a picture.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and I know fatigue also for us is such a big part of what a bad day is for Madison. She has sleep disturbances. She is the early bird in our family. It's a miracle if she sleeps past 5 a.m., but the earlier she wakes up, then the more tired she gets, and the faster she loses the ability to make it through the day. And then we're watching her wondering, are you having a regression, or are you just so tired because you didn't sleep well that then you're falling a lot? And then the emotions and the crying, and it just spirals. And so can be really exhausting for us. And then we get into this sleep deprivation, and it's really hard to dig out of. So it's been really hard for our family. But Josh, do you have anything you want to add about bad days or what a good day looks like for you?
Yeah, so I do know that later on that was kind of a question we were going to dive into, so I don't know if we're going to be revisiting that later or just
Go right
going into
now,
it
my friend.
Okay, cool. So first, I would like to specifically go more towards the initial question of the waning, waxing of the condition throughout the day, and that's really more in depth with that randomness, because on just any given day, there could be I'm out doing something for an event or something, and I'm doing great. There's not really too many issues, and as the day progresses, I start to feel that numbness come on. So I give my legs a break for a little bit, sit down, and that does bring them back up to, a more normal level for me. But at the same time, because they've already been affected for the day, that maximum that I had is slightly lower now. So then when I continue and I get to that point again where I need to sit down again, they come back up to that new maximum, but then that gets lowered again. So that waning waxing comes through with every time I have to stop and sit for a minute, the ability to do things gets a little bit worse for the rest of the day. But then, so a real bad day for me, there's actually been some mornings when I've woken up and I've went to stand up from laying in bed, and all of a sudden I'm on the floor because my legs just said, no, we're not doing it today. And you know, that's just, sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. Like I mentioned earlier, if I'm out walking, crossing a street, right before I started crossing the street, I'm fine. And then middle of the street, here comes cars. My leg said, no, you're just gonna stand here for a minute. And you know, there's actually been one time when, you know, somebody pulled up because they were trying to drive and I'm in the middle of the road and they laid on their horn. I just kind of looked at them and was like, I'm sorry, I've got nothing. But you know, better days, I feel like it's more of like a mind over matter type thing sometimes, because there have been times, the first time I've ever been to Disney World, I didn't really have to stop once, which I found weird because I'm used to needing to stop a lot. But I think that was more just because in my own head, I was like, when am I gonna get to do this again? We just gotta go and I'll deal with it later. And I did have to deal with it later.
Thank you. I'm curious, Josh, for you too. How do you handle when someone's laying on the horn and you're trying to get through an intersection? How do you emotionally handle that? Like, are you frustrated? Like, how do you deal with that?
So there's definitely a lot of emotions in that moment. There's, you know, a little bit of frustration with myself, which, I mean, I know it's not my fault, but, you know, at the same time, I'm like, it's literally 3 more steps and I'm fine. They can keep driving, I'm safe, but my body literally won't let me, so it's really frustrating. And, you know, it's difficult to deal with, and at the same time, there's that embarrassment of this person trying to drive, and they're just probably trying to go to work or something, or go to the store. They're just trying to do their normal life. So am I. They don't know what I'm dealing with, so, and I don't have a way to explain that to them, but I'm just a roadblock in their way right now, and it's really difficult because obviously they're kind of angry because I'm just standing there and I have this look on my face like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And thank you all. I think this has been a really great conversation. To kind of lead us, that was a great way to lead us into some of those more specific activities that are affected by LBSL. And so I would like to first, though, open it up with a live polling question posed to our wider LBSL community about those daily activities that are negatively impacted by LBSL. So which daily activities important to you or your loved one are negatively impacted by LBSL? Choose your top 3. So we've got mobility, B, standing, C, sleeping, D, socializing, E, travel and vacationing, F, participating in recreational activities and events, G, attending school or having a job, H, intimacy, dating and maintaining relationships, or I, other. So go ahead and pick that top 3. And I think it's no surprise to everybody that mobility is one of the biggest ones that's so important for our day-to-day. We'll give it another couple more seconds. Panelists, I think we've about dialed it in. I would love to hear from you. Lance, what were the top 3 that you just picked right now for your family, for your boys?
Would it be mobility and socializing for sure. Our boys, I mean, I think one of the biggest impacts is for them just, well, socially and athletically, we've avoided contact sports, and so they've both gravitated to golf, which is great. You'll hear more later. They're avid and fanatical golfers. which we love. And I mean, it's been, from that aspect, it's great, but that can be challenging sometimes from a balance standpoint. It affects their ability to walk the course and play effectively, especially for our older son, who's relatively competitive at golf. But socially, it's just impacted their ability to, especially for Cooper, who's still younger and in grade school, play with other friends. He just doesn't. He knows he can't. His gait's a little different, and his peers, sometimes call him out, and they don't know about his diagnosis, and he feels uncomfortable playing with him and trying to keep up. So he'll usually just avoid the situation, and he's become tougher mentally because of that. But as a parent, that's very challenging and difficult for my wife and I to hear stories about that he doesn't participate because he doesn't feel he can keep up with his friends.
That really resonates for me too with Madison. She very much is my fringe playground watcher because kids her age want to run around on the playground like crazy, and they don't understand why she can't or why she's so cautious and isn't including herself. And so it's very isolating. And I know Casey kind of spoke to that earlier about like that isolation that comes in from LBSL. Stephanie, I'm curious, what did you pick?
Yeah, so I picked mobility, participating in recreational activities and events, and then socializing and attending school. Kind of go, that's a tough one for me, but kind of all four of those. So can I pick four?
That's fine. Okay. That's fine.
All right. Yeah. But the socializing aspect for Dean, he's 9 and going into 4th grade, but he can't play sports with his friends. He can't keep up on the playground. He dreads not having 2 recesses a day, but I found out that he doesn't even go out to recess because of the temperature, and he can't keep up with the other kids on the playground. So I'm not sure why he's dreading not having 2 recesses when he gets to the next grade level, but he still wants the recess. We kind of call him an old soul. He'll sit with the teachers and try to have conversations with the adults, but he doesn't get to play ice hockey. We go and watch his friends play ice hockey. When we are planning play dates with classmates, we're picking to go to the movies or something where they can be seated or staying still, which what other 9-year-olds want to sit and do. They want to get up and move, and Dean can't do that. And then for Dalton, kind of the same 4 things, but he is missing out on a lot. Dean still wants to go and do those things. Dalton misses out on those because, he doesn't get invited to go play. He's the boy in the wheelchair that has been in the wheelchair the whole time. Sorry.
No, and I understand that because
he doesn't get invited to the birthday parties, or if he does get invited, it's to go roller skating, and the roller rink doesn't want the wheelchair out on their floors because they don't want to damage it. So how do you participate in that?
Yeah, there was a spree of trampoline park birthday parties in Madison's classroom.
Yeah.
And I don't want to bring her to a party where she's going to sit there and watch everybody else having fun, and then they paid for her to not jump. So the birthday party thing is really hard.
Yeah. And Dean will go to the birthday party and jump, but then we pay for it after, where we're having to adjust his hips and realign, everything to where he wants to still do those things, but he gets tired so quickly, or will throw his hip out of place, or just different things like that. And so we try to avoid them.
Yeah, thank you. Josh, I know you've talked to me a little bit about LARPing. I'm wondering if you can tell us more about that and how that's a specific activity that LBSL affects for you.
Yeah, so quick overview for those of you out there that don't know what that is. LARPing, the stereotype that everyone that does know about it usually is it's a bunch of nerds in the woods dressed up and beating each other up with fake weapons. It's actually way more fun than that in practice. I personally think everyone should give it a try. It's actually really helpful for my legs when I've gotten to do it. I've actually just recently started going back to it. And, you know, it's the way that it's helpful is, you know, I'm actually out there running around doing things with friends. And again, like I mentioned earlier, that mind over matter, I think that does help a little bit. Because it allows me to get out there and work my legs a bit more. And actually, before I had a break from it for a while, I did tend to notice that it was helping my stamina and building the muscles in my legs a little bit more, so I could do more. At the same time, though, where it gets difficult for me is, you know, my friends out there, you know, they're like, hey, we're going to go do this one adventure over here. You would be perfect to help us with this. Come with us. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, my body's not going to let me right now. And thankfully, you know, most of them are the people that they know about this. They're checking on me, so they understand it. But it is kind of difficult too, because, you know, I'm missing out on the fun of this activity, and kind of in the way that this whole program works, I kind of made it a little bit more difficult for them, because what I was going to be bringing to the group that was going on this would have been extremely helpful. But due to my legs telling me, hey, we're not doing it right now, kind of everyone loses out a bit on that. So that's always been a little difficult for me. But like I said, thankfully they understand. So it's a little bit easier with that group. But overall, it's still difficult, and I definitely do pay for it afterwards. It's a 2-day event each time. Everyone that's seen me afterwards can attest. I basically sleep the entire next day. If I do wake up, I go to the bathroom, I make something very quick to eat, maybe chug a bottle of water, and then I pass out again.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
Some comments that are specific to what you're saying, but also answering the waning and waxing. One person just commented, they're from Canada, they're an adult with LBSL, and they said, I compare it to a battery. You work off the charge, and once it's gone, you don't have any more juice. You need a recharge. And then we also had a mom from California who said, just yesterday, my 11-year-old fell at camp and got hurt. He wanted to run with his group at camp and fell. Not only was he hurt, he was also embarrassed. So it sounds like the falling, you know, it's risk of additional injury too. So
Yeah, thank you for that.
something to think about.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and Josh, I know you said that those leg symptoms can come on really suddenly. Do you feel like when you have these moments where you can't move, like is it really variable with how long it takes for you to get back in that moment, in those hours, to be able to be like, okay, I can walk again? Is it like 15 minutes? Is there any way? Does it vary? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so it definitely does vary in the moment, really depending on like the intensity of what I was doing, for how long I was doing it, if I pushed myself past the limit that I know that I have. Sometimes I have to, other times I've chosen to. Usually if it's just a normal onset of what happens normally, I'd say a good 5-10 minutes usually gets it back to where, you know, I can continue moving. Going back to my LARPing experiences, you know, there was at one point we were all out in the middle of a field during a thunderstorm. So the ground was all mushy, making it a bit harder for me to walk around as well. I ended up, after that whole interaction, I was just sitting in the middle of that field for like 20 minutes because my legs weren't going to let me get out of there. Thankfully, I had one person that was like, you know, this is miserable, but we're in it together, and they sat down in the middle of the field with me, covered in mud because it was raining, and they sat there with me for the 20-25 minutes it took for me to be able to stand again to get back to one of the cabins, and then actually sit somewhere that wasn't a muddy field. And then after that, the walk back took a bit more out of me because of the way the ground was. So after that, I probably had to sit down for another 15, 20 minutes on top of that. So that's a lot of time lost. Yeah.
Thank you. Laura, is there anything else about specific activities that you think are really impacted by LBSL that you can't participate in or that your daughter has?
I relate to everything that's been said so far for Carolina. I also selected standing as an issue because I didn't know, but standing is hard. It requires a lot of muscles and energy, even if you stand still. So we've noticed that sometimes for Carolina it's really hard to stand in line, like at the supermarket, to stand still because it requires muscles and energy to do that. So she starts moving and looks like she's like restless. But that's something that we've noticed. It happens quite often, and we hadn't noticed before because you always associate energy level to moving and not to staying still. But it actually relates to that as well.
Yeah. Well, and just your observation about how you didn't realize how much that muscles and energy is required. For us, it probably sounds silly to admit, but swimming, I didn't realize how much motor coordination and energy is required for swimming. And Madison is unable to swim right now. And for us, that's a really big activity for our family. We just moved to Hawaii. Like, we have beaches and pools, and I am terrified that she's going to drown. And the older she gets, the more adventurous she gets trying to creep along the edge of a pool or walk in a pool. And for me, it's a lot of anxiety when we're in the water, and our younger son swims like a fish, and it's hard to have her just sitting on the steps watching everybody else playing and having fun and, maybe holding on to a floaty. So we're really hopeful that one of these days she'll master swimming and have the energy for it. Go ahead, Beth.
We have had some questions about and comments about pain, and so I was just wondering if that might be something our panelists could address.
Oh, yeah. I know we've talked about how some of those numbness symptoms kind of feel. Do you guys want to share more? Like, Josh, do you have pain? Do you have cramps or spasms? Like, what are some of those physical sensations you experience?
So the spasms in my legs, those aren't as prevalent for me. They have stopped me from doing a couple things. But the best example I can give you as in regards to like the pain and numbness that I feel, first, the way I'm able to really describe it to people that, would never really know what this feels like. Whenever the tingling and numbness comes on, it feels like if you've ever just like sat down like on top of your legs before for like a solid 25 minutes, and then you go to stand up, and that tingling feeling that's all throughout your legs, and it kind of hurts a little bit if you touch it or move. That's kind of the feeling that comes through. And then, walking with that when it comes randomly here, we're in DC, last night, walked 10 minutes from the hotel to go to Insomnia Cookie, nearly fell over because my legs just didn't want to finish that. But, there was a cookie involved. So.
Thank you. Stephanie, what about for your boys? Are they?
Yeah, they don't complain of pain, but they do take muscle relaxer, and I think that kind of helps a little bit with relaxing their muscles. But they do, anytime that they sit for a long period of time, like getting up, it takes a while for them to wake their legs up, but they don't complain about things being painful. They might say they don't want to do something or they're tired, but since I'm not the one feeling it, I can't really say that they're feeling pain.
Sure. I know for Madison, she was very speech delayed. And so even now, I think she struggles to find the right words to describe what she's feeling. And so often she'll just say, my legs are tired. And that's all we get. Or, she falls, but her knees are scraped up and she's got bruises. So that is probably painful. But aside from that, she hasn't had the vocabulary to articulate.
Yeah,
what she's feeling.
It's kind of like that too. And I know, like, will point at spots on his arm or his leg and like say like that hurts, but he's usually like finds like a freckle or something. So we don't really know, like, is he finding that to just try to tell us that something is hurting, or is it we're not for sure.
Yeah. Well, and Lance, what about you with your boys being a little older, and how have they expressed what they feel?
Yeah, I mean the pain comes when they fall and hurt themselves. I think the other, it's not pain, but they go to physical therapy. We've pushed them to go to physical therapy, knowing that they have weakness in their legs, and strengthening them will help them hopefully slow the progression or just give them more strength. It's tough for 11 and 15-year-olds to have to go to physical therapy, and then we try to push them to do their exercises at home constantly, and it's like homework for them, and it just it's something that they shouldn't have to go through in doing that, and it's a balance of being not strict parents, but pushing them to do it versus letting them be kids and not pushing them too hard to do it, and having that balance.
Thank you. Well, I think, as our panel can also attest, LBSL isn't linear necessarily in its progression. And we had in our pre-meeting survey from Europe, one caregiver had said that their child experienced rapid deterioration of physical functions and abilities at age 14, but before that they only experienced minor symptoms. And that doesn't necessarily seem to be unique across the LBSL experience. A number of families have reported regressions emerging during puberty. So panelists, what I would love to talk about now is, how have your symptoms changed over time? Because I know we have some families who haven't experienced puberty with their children yet, but I would love to see, Josh, like, you were diagnosed at 9. How have your symptoms changed for you?
Yeah, so, early on, I didn't understand basically anything about what was going on with me. Everything that doctors told my mom or dad was gibberish to me. All I really understood was what I was feeling and when it came on. And it really wasn't as bad when I was younger, just really whenever I would start to run around, as kids do. That's when the numbness and everything would really start to kick in. But, I would just stop for a second as a kid. A minute later, I'm back running around. But as I've gotten older, and I try to go on walks to keep my legs up to par, there was a time when on one walk through town, I probably fell about 6 different times. And it was a difficult decision for me in that moment. But after I made it back to my house, I was like, unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where I need something. And, there's a little bit of that pride that comes in where at the time, I believe I was like 17 or 18. I was like, I'm not getting a cane. Canes are more for like older people. I'm not at like wheelchair necessity yet. So it's like, what can I do that'll help, but isn't gonna make me feel that bad about it? So that's when I bought my first walking stick for myself. Since then, my boss at work, he actually started carving walking sticks for me. He's made me 3 or 4 at this point. And these, I don't necessarily need them 24/7 when I'm out walking, but it's definitely better that I have it with me all the time, so that in those moments when it does come on randomly or I can feel it start to build, I can lean more on this. And I can honestly say that this has saved me from quite a few falls at this point.
Thank you. And Laura, I know you've talked a little bit about the roller coaster your family has been on with LBSL. Can you share more about that?
So the symptoms of Carolina when she was 1 year old were a regression of her motor skills and a bit of shaking. After that episode and after she was diagnosed, actually her symptoms have decreased, and she managed to learn walking when she was 18 months. And looks like for her at the moment, the symptoms are episodic rather than progressive. But again, we don't know about the future. We don't know about how that will go with puberty or with whatever infection or illness that comes up.
Yeah, and that resonates with me too. With Madison, she was delayed for walking, but eventually got there. And about 2 years ago, she started to have significant foot drop. She was wearing AFOs, so braces to help her walk, and she was dragging through the toes of her shoes really quickly. And so we were really grateful that our neurologist had suggested to us that we try bilateral functional electrical stimulation devices, and we were able to try those for 3 weeks. And that changed her gait enough that she has not needed to go back into AFOs. So she is now walking without any devices for now, but we know it didn't stop the progression of the disease. So we know, I watch her like a hawk to see how are we doing? How is our gait changing? But Stephanie, what about for you? How has your symptoms changed for your boys?
Yeah, so for Dean was at 9 months old. Dean was meeting milestones for a 9-month-old, and about between 9 and 10 months, we started noticing some things where he was no longer able to eat baby food anymore, no longer to hold his bottle, hold his head up. My husband would say he was like a chalk outline, like he would just lay there. He couldn't move any of his limbs on his own. I mean, he was starting at 9 months to like cruise around our coffee table and hold on to things and take steps. So after we didn't get LBSL diagnosis right away, but they told us to go home and love him, and that we would be lucky if he made it to his first birthday. So we went home and we started intense therapy right away, and we feel like he made a comeback. So we were back on, the top of the roller coaster, and I would say we experienced about 2 years of being at the top of that roller coaster, where we saw we just kept seeing oh, he's starting to keep back up with his peers again. Oh, he's able to do certain things. And then now I feel like we're on going down the roller coaster, and we just don't know if we're ever going to be able to climb back up to the top. He started to hit puberty, and they're thinking early signs of puberty. And so he's falling a lot more frequently. We thought increasing therapy would help again, so we've increased therapy, and we're just not seeing the comeback like we did when he was younger. And then for Dalton, we think he went through a regression around 5 to 6 months of age, and so we don't know if that correlates to why he never learned to stand or take steps independently, but we keep trying to preserve what functions he does have and continue doing what we can for him. But at one point, I was determined to get him to take independent steps. And at this point, I'm just determined to keep him happy and healthy. And if taking independent steps is going to be what he doesn't and can't do, I'm okay with that. But I would like to see him at least be able to move independently on his own.
Yeah. I think that's really hard as a parent to try to figure out how far can you push your kid and what can you get them to attain and when do you back off. So
it's hard for us, but it's also hard for educate. I know we get calls from school and they're like, Dean, they're not riding. He's not, and we're like, it's hard for him, but it's also where do you push him and where do you kind of, okay, is this something that he physically can't do?
Sure. Lance, what about for you? How have you noticed symptoms change over time for your boys?
Yeah, I'm sure as everyone's hearing, this disease has a wide spectrum of progression. Honestly, I don't know. Today, well, here's the story. Parker was a triplet, born early as a preemie. had some issues. They all did because they were preemies, but they all overcame those. But Parker had brain hydrocephalus, and he was getting MRIs from 0 to 4 years, and I think at 6 he got another one, and that's how we found out about LBSL, through that MRI. And then we had and then we had a younger one, and all the kids got genetic tested. That's how we found out Cooper had it as well. I think without that MRI, well, there's questions in my mind. Without that MRI and without that genetic testing, if we would know that they have it, I mean, it's an unknown. I think I'm clearly didn't want them to have it, but if they are going to have it, I'm glad we found out, so they could start taking the cocktail, so we can get involved in the research and finding a therapy. But they would have, I mean, if you saw them today, they walk fine. If you saw them run, I think you would maybe recognize they have a little bit of a gait issue, but I think there's other kids that have that too. So, but since they've been diagnosed, I mean, now that we're aware of it, we look out for it more. And we do see there's definitely progression on their gait and balance. And we know this is a progressive disease, and that's what honestly scares the heck out of us, the progression and where their future will be. And I think it's just it's an emotional taxing for us as parents. And then how and what to communicate to them has been a challenge as well.
Thank you. And I think that that was something we noticed in our pre-meeting survey, is that like 100% of LBSL caregivers say that LBSL causes them to worry about what the future will hold. Like, we know that like mental load is really, really hard for parents. Beth, did you have any comments you wanted to add?
Yeah, so Colleen from Canada says her son is now 16, but he showed signs. This is more talking about the sort of the episodic nature, but also touching on puberty. She said showed signs of regression at 18 months. Things seemed to slow down. He relearned to walk at 5, and by 8 was walking unassisted very well. And then as puberty hit, 12 to 13, we noticed he was tripping and falling again. By 15, he was in a wheelchair. That sounds very familiar or very similar to our family. So yeah, we noticed at puberty there was definitely a decline.
Thank you. Well, we're going to go ahead and move into our next question. And Lance, you kind of already touched on it, but I would love to hear what worries you panelists the most about LBSL and its impact. So Laura, I don't know if you would like to go first and share with us some of those worries that you have.
Yeah, sure. Progression of the disease is what worries us the most. I mean, everybody doesn't know what the future reserves. That's absolutely valid for every human being. But in this case, the awareness is much deeper. I have another daughter, younger, Carolina, and of course I love them both equally, but the amount of anxiety about the future that I hold for Carolina compared to my youngest daughter is much bigger. Because we are pretty sure that she will lose some of her skill if a treatment won't be available, and everything, every day, every single thing that she does, we have a special eye on her. I'm a very relaxed mother, but it's like that. I mean, everything she does, even if she does it well, even if she has a good amount of energy, it's a concern that she can fall, a concern that tomorrow she won't be able to do it anymore. And then all the psychological aspects, of course, relationship, friends, activities, jobs that she might not be able to do in the future. So yeah, the progression is something that worries us the most as parents.
Thank you. Josh, what about for you? What worries you the most about your future and how LBSL plays a role in that?
So before I even start to answer this question, I'm just gonna preemptively apologize. You know, while we were all preparing for this meeting, this was definitely the hardest question for all of us. And Morgan, I know you said the closest person to you, so here you go, just in case. I'm gonna grab one too. So, you know, when I was first diagnosed at the age of 9, already starting, I didn't know this detail until I was in college when I was doing a project. But apparently the doctor told my mother I wouldn't live to be 10. I was 9 at the time. Wouldn't live to be 10. So essentially I had less than a year. Obviously made it past that, so go me. But obviously that thought's kind of always in the back of my head now, like, is there gonna come a day that this gets too bad? So that's always there. And, you know, actually this year was the first year that I officially stopped doing it. I would do a 5K every year with my dad. We called it our morning stroll, because we know we weren't winning any awards from it, even though one or two times we did, just because, you know, we were the only ones in our age category walking. So, you know, but, you know, it got to the point where it hurt too much. It took too long. The recovery took like a week and a half, 2 weeks to get back to my normal. So I had to make the decision to stop doing that. And then probably the thing that scares me the most right now. Sorry.
It's okay.
I have a niece and a nephew. Obviously, right now, we don't know, because they're still too young to figure all that out yet. But, you know, I know what I've had to go through. And I really, really don't want them to have to do that too.
Thank you, Josh. Stephanie, do you want to go next?
One of my biggest worries is their mental health as they get older and see the changes and the differences that of their peers, their independence. Who's going to take care of them when I'm not here? Who's going to love them the way that our family loves them? Because it's slowly progressive, and I want to know that they're going to be able to do it on their own. So sometimes I feel like I'm too hard on them because I want them to be independent, but I also worry for their independence and how they're going to fit in the society, that places are more accessible for them and things like that. They're all worries, but my biggest one is what they will think of themselves. I want them to be so proud of who they are.
That resonates with me because Madison is the most joyful 8-year-old I know. I never want.
You met Dean today.
Yeah. Also joyful. I don't want her to ever lose that joy that she has, and I don't. Like right now, she knows she has LBSL, but it hasn't really affected her mentally.
Yeah.
And I worry about what will happen when she really grasps more, when she progresses further, and what does that do for her outlook on her life and how she fits into the world that we live in. And, you know, sometimes it's really hard for her to find friends that'll come alongside her and spend time with her at the playground. But what will that look like as she gets older, too, to find people that are willing to come alongside her? It's hard. Lance, do you have anything else you wanted to add about some of your worries for your boys?
Yeah, I mean, I echo what Stephanie's saying and what you're saying, Morgan. And Josh, I look up to you. I hope my boys will have the strength that you have to just, of course, to continue, but to be sitting up here and talking about it. That's what I worry. I mean, I worry about the progression, and I worry about their mental strength through it. I mean, they are very strong, but I didn't have to go through this. No one should have to go through this, and I hope that they continue that strength. I mean, I'll share more later, but I've said Parker's fanatical about golf. Cooper's following in his footsteps. I mean, the kid talks about it, plays it, thinks about it 24/7, and I don't even know what will happen if he can't play golf anymore. I mean, it scares the living daylights out of me, and so that's my fear. Remember my worry.
Thank you. Beth, go ahead.
We have a parent who would like to comment on this question.
Yeah.
Her name is Autumn, and she's in Pennsylvania. And she says, we celebrate every hard-fought milestone with a smile on our faces and tears in our eyes, because in the back of our minds, we can't help but think, will this ability be taken from her? To be a parent in a position of absolute helplessness against a disease with no cure is devastating. LBSL is robbing my daughter of a normal, healthy childhood and life. How can this be my innocent little girl's reality?
Thank you. I think we're ready to shift into our next question. Did anybody in the audience have anything they wanted to add about? Oh, Michaela, yes. So yes. Oh no, absolutely. Please.
Thanks. So I'm kind of taking it from a different perspective because he has no idea what's going on in the world. So he's never going to look at a kid and whatever, think about what he can do. But from a caregiver perspective, something that I anticipate is I don't want to be morbid, but when he dies, will it be a slow thing? Because obviously it's progressive, and you look at him and you think you can't live like that forever. Will it be a slow progression, or is there going to be a traumatic event that leads to that? And so it's just you get caught up in your daily life and taking care of them, and it's your norm, and that's, you're fine, you're not thinking about it, but then it's well, look at him. And so that's just something I think about is there going to be an issue tomorrow, or is next year going to be a really bad year and he'll go downhill? And this is just like you said, all of our kids, anything could happen to them, but you just think about it more, and I'm just I don't know. I don't know what it will look like for him when he really starts to go downhill, and I don't know if that'll be next week or if I can just plan for next week like a normal week.
Yeah. Can I ask you, Michaela, too, for your family, I know you have a couple of other children, how do you worry about that impact on them? And
yeah, I do. It's just different because they're all so close in age, and so I even think about them being friends, and they love him and they view him very specially, but they have almost a bond without him in a way, which is really sad. But I also, so much of our lives revolves around him, even what they're able to do, and places they can't go, or things they can't do, or things we can't do as a family, or things we have to do, go to appointments constantly, are all because of him. And I don't know. I just think about how I'm going to walk them through that. And that's where I said before, my hope of eternity. I know that they're going to be with him forever, but that's going to be a huge part of molding who they are, which again is why I said, what would we do without Tanner? Because he has changed to literally every facet of our lives.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the final question we want to ask in this session is, I want to talk a little bit about, oh, sorry, we didn't actually open that one up to the live polling. I'm sorry, everyone. Let's ask our greater LBSL community too, with this live polling question. What worries you the most about your loved one, you or your loved one's condition in the future? A, lack of independence. B, increased caregiver burden. C, worsening balance mobility. D, the stress of not knowing how LBSL will progress. E, financial stability for my family and loved one with LBSL. F, social isolation. G, potential loss of mobility. And H, other. And I feel like I'm not answering these polling questions because I'm up here, but I wouldn't even know which ones I would want to pick. So I don't know how you guys could pick. But I see lack of independence and that stress and that mental load and just those worries that come with the loss of abilities and potential for loss of mobility. All right, I think we've got it dialed in. So the last question that I wanted to ask for this session is going to be, do you consider your symptoms to be well managed? Stephanie, I know you've talked a little bit about seizure management. Would you like to get us started about how well you think things are being managed right now with your current treatments?
Yeah. So we're pretty proactive at managing symptoms and things like that, but it's constantly changing with seizure activity, trying to find a medication alone that works for Dean has been difficult. So day to day is managed fine, but week to week it's challenging. When we get back home, we're going to be starting a new medication because we've reached the max dose of current seizure medication, and so starting a new medicine is always scary, but also you just don't know what the side effects are going to be and what we are looking for, things like that. So overall, I think we manage everything well, but there's always more that we can be doing and better solutions. So.
Thank you. Laura, what about for you? Do you consider your daughter's symptoms right now to be well managed?
Yeah, I think so. We, besides the Mito cocktail, we try to engage her in physical activity, and I think that's important for her, and that's actually a way to build a bit of muscles at the moment. She's very thin and fragile, but this, I think, even if she gets tired, of course, I think it's a good way to build her muscles, improve her energy, and reduce the symptoms as far as we can, as much as we can.
Thank you. Josh, what about you? Do you think your symptoms are well managed right now?
So, to be perfectly honest, no. The way I look at it really is, how can you manage something that is constantly changing and you don't know what to expect? Like with the randomness of this, I can try to prepare for it, but being prepared and managing it isn't exactly the same thing in my mind. Honestly, the best management I have for it is this. And like I said, that only does so much. There's not really anything else that I have that can really help with any of this. I'm known for being over-prepared quite a lot. But even in those moments, my over-preparedness means nothing. So.
Thank you. And I know you talked earlier about heat intolerance. How do you manage those symptoms?
Yeah, so like I said, I just recently learned that very well could be tied in with all of this. I'm definitely known for just chugging a bottle of water. People will look at me and be like, how are you even doing that? I'm thirsty. Obviously that can only do so much as well, and it's a heat and a cold intolerance. Cold water in the middle of winter, not really the best option. So my drink of choice for colder months is hot chocolate. Probably not a good idea to chug hot chocolate though. So.
Thank you. And Lance, for your boys, do you consider their symptoms be well managed?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit different questions, but I think I'd have to agree with Josh. I mean, short answer is probably no. I mean, we can, as I mentioned, we do physical therapy to try to manage it, and we take the Mida cocktail as well, not knowing if that's having any impact or not, but kind of see no downside, so we continue to take it. But the reality is, I mean, it's a progressive disease, and there's nothing we can do right now to stop the progression.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit about what goes into your boy's mitochondrial cocktail?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know all that. I know some of the ingredients, but we used to buy it over the counter, which was expensive, and then they stopped selling over the counter, so now we have to get it compounded. I mean, it's all over-the-counter ingredients, but it has to be compounded, and yeah, it's quite the expense. I think it's, well, I won't do the math, but they take 12 pills a day, 6 each twice a day, so 24 pills a day. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, we're all parents. We'll do anything for our kids, so we do it, but we don't know if it's having an impact or not.
Yeah, well, and I know for Madison, we had tried a blend of alpha-lipoic acid, riboflavin, B-complex, and I'm now that I'm on the spot, I'm blanking on what the last thing was. Oh, CoQ10.
CoQ10.
And yeah, but for us, I don't know that it made any difference. We didn't really see any changes in her energy levels. And for us, like the fatigue and the energy levels to keep up with us, that is a symptom we just don't have management of and support. We're really like at a loss with the disease itself. She takes Miralax as well for constipation, but for us, like that fatigue and inability to just, put some juice in her batteries has been really a struggle for us. So anybody, Beth, are there any comments coming in that you want to share?
Yeah, we have so many. We have like a lot of people commenting online. Just the most recent, let me see here. Sorry. My legs don't work at all. I've been in a wheelchair bound for over a year now. I can stand, but I have to hold myself up, and even then there is balance, and I'm likely to fall. And I can just say, too, from my experience, my daughter has been taking a Mito cocktail since she was 3, and she's 17 now. And we don't know if it helps or not, but we do it. So I don't know.
Thank you.
We've also been doing the Mito cocktail, and I will say I can't say I noticed a huge difference, but I will say that I feel like they don't have common illnesses as frequently just with taking those daily. But when we weren't taking those, I feel like they would catch every common cold, the flu. They like to touch everything, germs, and taking those cocktails, I feel like, has at least helped with building their immune systems and keeping them as healthy as they can be.
Thank you. Is there anything else, anyone from the audience, in terms of symptom management? Michaela, you look like you want it. I know. I think I don't. I have something to say. Yes. No worries. We welcome it.
It's hard to say because I think you have good day, like, you'll have like a string of good days, and then we'll have a really bad day where, like, I call it spazzing out. That's probably not the scientific term, but like they haven't confirmed if it's a seizure, but his arms and legs will not stop moving, and he'll make high-pitched squeals. And there's days where he'll literally do that all day, or he'll laugh for quite literally hours, and it's actually very alarming. And like nothing that we are able to give him, none of our like emergency meds really calm him down unless we like fully sedate him. which obviously you don't want to have to do. So it'll be like, yeah, we're fine, everything's fine, but then like there'll be a day where it's like I don't know what to do except to just like watch him struggle, and I'll give him all the things, and sometimes they kick in, sometimes they don't, sometimes they take forever to kick in, and those are really bad days because I don't know what to do other than to like call his neurologist, and he'll be like, yeah, come in next week, and we'll talk about it, and I'm like, well, but what do I do today? Thankfully, those are not super often with him, but sometimes I just wish I had something to reach for that was like a cure-all for how he's feeling, obviously, while we're here.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll just throw one more question at you guys really quickly. I guess I'm just curious, is there something in particular you wish people understood about LBSL and your experience with LBSL? Josh, maybe I'll throw it to you first.
Sure. Obviously, unless you're living this or, caring for a child or something that is living this, you have no idea about this. When I was first diagnosed, we were told, myself and my sister were 2 of 7 people in the world with this specific type. So the amount of people out there that would have any clue as to what's going on, very slim. So, if I was able to, tell the world one thing that they don't know, honestly, I'm just as confused and frustrated as you are, especially the guy that was mad at me because I couldn't move out of the way when he was trying to drive. I'm sorry. I wish I could have moved too.
Thank you. Laura, what do you wish people understood?
Yeah, pretty much the same. It's really hard to explain what's going on, to explain the challenges, and the hope that we hold for a cure. It's yeah.
Thank you. Lance, what about for you? What do you wish people understood?
Well, first, I wish the official name wasn't so long to tell people. Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, I think there's not a lot of education out there, I don't think, about genetic diseases and what they are and aren't. I mean, we tend to not share with too many people just because of that, especially when you try to tell someone your children have a brain disease. That just sounds awful, and it is awful, but I mean, we know so little about the disease because it's so rare, but the little we know, I don't believe it's terminal, or I hope not. But it's hard to, when you say brain disease, that's what people go to. So it's like, it's just a lot to explain to people.
Yeah.
So it's a part of the reason we don't share. I mean, the kids, what are you going to share with kids' friends and their parents and their families? And it's just, I mean, any disease that's part of having the emotional taxing of this is how to explain, what to explain, sharing too much, whatnot, and the repercussions of that. And then having your kids being treated differently. I mean, we've talked about that a little bit, and it's just all difficult.
Thank you. Stephanie, what about you? What do you wish people knew about LBSL? Or understood?
Yeah, I wish people would see the daily struggles. Like, everyone always says, oh, your boys are so cute. Oh, they look like they're doing so well. But like, I just want to be like, come spend 5 minutes in our home. Come, watch a meltdown. Oh, watch them try to make it to the bathroom and trip and fall. And, you have stuff everywhere. I don't think they realize, like, yeah, just as simple as tying your shoes is difficult. Putting on orthotics. I mean, I spend 25 minutes in the morning before the bus comes putting on orthotics. I don't think people take things for granted, and I just wish that people would see that more. I know, Josh, you mentioned being stuck in the middle of the road, and Dean used to be able to walk through a grocery store with me to grab a couple groceries, and now I realize he can't do that. But how do I push a grocery cart and a wheelchair through the grocery store? So I will pick him up and put him into the grocery cart, and then you'll have people come by and comment, you look too big to be in that cart. But it's like, what? you don't know. Like, yes, he does look too big to be in the cart, and he can hold his head up and he can do those things, but he can't walk back to the milk aisle to grab the gallon of milk that I need for tonight. So I just wish people would think more
Yeah.
and
Thank you.
realize.
Thank you for that. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, if I could add one more thing that just kind of popped into my head, something else that would be great for other people to know, because we've all talked about like missing out on experiences, and I feel qualified to say this myself, because I've missed out on a lot of things. And some of the times that I've missed out on things wasn't by my choice, it was by others' choice. And I understand that including me sometimes might, take away a bit from your experience. I understand that. I feel bad about it too. But, I want to go do things too. So like, even just the invite sometimes is nice, because then I get to make the choice. Can I handle this? Or is this going to be too much? And a lot of the times, people that don't really understand this, they kind of make that choice for you of, I don't think you can do this, so I don't get invited to things.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, everyone, for such a robust discussion on LBSL and its impacts. You've done an incredible job up here illuminating and educating everyone on your experiences. So we're going to take a brief lunch break. So we have lunch in the back. Please enjoy some sandwiches. We've got sandwiches and salads, and we're going to be back here in 30 minutes to pick up with topic 2. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're back, and we're going to move into our conversation for topic 2, which is really, the heart of why we're here today, and that's going to focus on community preferences as they relate to clinical trials and future treatments. So I've welcomed back our speakers to the stage right now. So Josh, Laura, Lance, and Stephanie are going to share more about our stories, but we're going to start right now with Ed, who was unable to be here today. Story from Ed.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share my story with you all today. Though I could not be there in person, I sincerely appreciate the FDA's continued engagement with the LBSL community. My name is Ed, and my LBSL journey started about 50 years ago when I began walking with an improper gait, foot drop, and experiencing frequent trips and falls. Over a decade later, my symptoms progressed, and I started to experience exceedingly low energy levels. At the time, I was in law school, and I assumed that this was a stress reaction. In order to complete my studies, I had to reduce my course load, which delayed the start of my career. After graduation, I worked in a prestigious law firm. In my second year at that firm, I experienced fatigue that was so bad that it forced me to take sick leave. Shortly thereafter, I had my first brain MRI, and I was diagnosed with an unknown type of leukodystrophy, and unfortunately, I had to abruptly retire. A radiologist friend of mine described my imaging as extraordinary. Fast forward to the early 2010s, I saw a new neurologist who was the first to mention LBSL. From there, I got in touch with Cure LBSL, and in 2017, that led to genetic testing and in diagnosis. The symptoms and quality of life impacts I experienced have progressed over time, and today they're inescapable. I experience pain, weakness, and muscle spasms, as well as other symptoms which necessitate a wheelchair and other physical adaptations in order to perform activities of daily living. My social life has been dramatically impacted as I can no longer easily meet up with friends and family without ample planning. I have to focus on self-care, which often requires a level of support not typically available outside of my home. Though I am still able to live independently with some supports and adaptations, I have concerns about the future, including ongoing caregiving needs and my ability to financially meet future long-term care costs. Since there are no approved treatments for LBSL, I focus on managing my symptoms using an over-the-counter pain reliever, a prescription for nerve pain, a heating pad, bed rolls, and a standing frame to help with muscle spasms and circulation. These treatments are moderately effective for the muscle spasms, but they do not treat the underlying cause. My fatigue, on the other hand, is not well managed and makes it difficult to achieve restful sleep. Frequent naps and rest breaks are required, and I often find myself unable to focus. Driving is nearly impossible without adequate rest. When I think about the progressive symptoms I've experienced over the last 50 years, pain, fatigue, and muscle spasms are the ones I'd most want a meaningful new treatment to address, as they would have the greatest impact on my quality of life. Improved symptom management would mean greater strength to manage transfers, improved ability to pick things up off the floor, increased focus, and more confidence behind the wheel. Increased energy and less pain would mean greater independence and increased socialization as well. If I were to participate in a trial designed to address these symptoms, researchers would have to be mindful to not create additional burdens through frequent procedures, inaccessible study locations, and the like. Though it's taken some time, I'm finally at a place where I'm able to age with my diagnosis and act accordingly, so it would be important for any clinical studies to fit into the life that I've built for myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ed. All right, Lance, would you like to go next?
Sure. Good afternoon. happy to share with you my family's experience with LBSL today. Thanks to the FDA for their continued willingness to engage with our community and work with us to find a cure. My wife Morgan and I have 4 beautiful children, 2 of whom have been diagnosed with LBSL. Though we are fortunate that their disease progression has been relatively mild compared to other families we know, it is still a daily struggle. Both of our kids take a metabolic cocktail twice a day, 6 pills at a time. One of our sons is at boarding school, so he has to make a special trip to the infirmary twice a day that either interrupts his studies, spending time with friends, or other school activities. He also has to deal with other kids asking him why he goes to the infirmary twice a day and why he needs to take medicine. Excuse me. In addition to these daily interruptions, both of our children with LBSL experience gait and balance issues. Our youngest son, Cooper, was playing baseball and running to home plate after another kid's big hit, and his legs gave out unexpectedly. Not only was Cooper embarrassed to have randomly fallen, but he had to endure the ridicule from his teammates and even some of the parents. Our other son, Parker, was recently on a backpacking trip with his school, and due to the weight of his backpack and his balance issues, he was falling so often the school had to have him picked up and he could not finish the trip. While we are thankful our children's symptoms are not as severe as those experienced by others we know, we are mindful that this can change at any time. This is a constant source of anxiety for my wife and I as we think about our children's futures. Because contact sports are not an option, Parker has gravitated to golf and become a golf fanatic, as I shared before. He plays golf, watches golf, talks about golf every day. He's passionate about playing in college and having a career in golf, maybe going pro if he had his choice, but at least working in the golf industry. Morgan and I worry each day how long he will even be able to play golf or even walk. Already his walking is impacted and his balance on the course impacts his game. It's so difficult to watch and think about, knowing how important the sport is to his mental and physical health. And our son Cooper, who is 4 years younger, wants to follow in his big brother's footsteps. Reflecting on the unmet needs and quality of life impacts experienced by the LBSL community, we naturally hope for your cure. A treatment that halts disease progression and leads to stability would be immensely meaningful. With stability, patients with LBSL will be able to preserve existing function and stop living with the fear of what may happen in the future. For parents like us, this would mean we don't have to live with the anxiety of worrying about what comes next. A treatment that can stop progression would make a world of difference. I'm sometimes asked what risk we would be willing to accept in exchange for a meaningful treatment for LBSL. This is a difficult question to answer. We, of course, would do anything to support our children, and at the same time, we're obligated to protect them and not expose them to unnecessary risk. Having been an active observer of the research that has gone into the gene therapy being developed, I've been exposed to the clinical development process and the potential risks of the unknowns. As a family, we have decided the potential benefit would outweigh the potential risk to our children because we understand that we are dealing with progressive genetic disease that could affect them in the future. Time is not on our side. In the race between science and disease progression, we are extremely hopeful and optimistic that science will win. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Lance. Stephanie?
My name is Stephanie. I'm the and Dalton, who is 6. Both of my sons have LBSL. I'd like to share our experience managing this rare and progressive disease, describe what current treatment options look like, discuss how LBSL impacts our daily lives, and explain what we hope for in future therapies. Because there is no FDA-approved treatment for LBSL, everything we do is supportive in nature and designed to address the boy's symptoms as opposed to the root cause. For Dean and Dalton, this means a weekly schedule packed with physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. We also rely on mobility aids. Dalton is fully dependent of his wheelchair and/or the use of a walker. Dean can walk short distances, but falls frequently and cannot manage longer walks without getting exhausted. Both Dean and Dalton experience different types of seizure activity. This has added another layer of medical care, including more neurological appointments, EEGs, and medications that come with their own side effects. We've tried to maintain a balance between managing symptoms and preserving their quality of life, but it's not easy. Although there's no LBSL Pacific data supporting their use, we use a cocktail supplement, CoQ10, L-carnitine, and B vitamins, which some clinicians recommend for mitochondrial support. We use baclofen and other muscle relaxants to help with spasticity and often leave the boys tired and foggy, limiting their participation in school, therapy, and play. Aside from PT, OT, and speech therapy, we've also added aquatic therapy and hippotherapy. These therapies have helped with mobility, core strength, and confidence, but again, they're a support and not the solution. Over the years, the treatment regimen has had to evolve as the disease has progressed. When Dean was younger, he could keep up with most physical activities and academics. Now we must plan outings around his energy levels, fall risk, accessibility, and have added assistance for academic performance. For Dalton, who has never been able to stand or walk independently, his treatment is focused on preserving what strengths and functions he does have. Even routine tasks, dressing, toileting, and getting in and out of the car require adaptations and assistance. Despite our best efforts, we're not reserving anything. We're just trying to slow the decline. The physical, emotional, and financial toll of this is enormous, but the hardest part is knowing that we're always reacting and not proactively treating. What we desperately need is a therapy that targets the root cause of LBSL. An ideal treatment would slow or stop progression, preserve the white matter, reduce inflammation, and protect mitochondrial function. But even small improvements would be meaningful for us. If Dean could walk to his bedroom from our kitchen table or across the hall from one classroom to another without falling, talking 50 to 100 feet, that would profoundly be significant. It would allow him to have more energy to engage with his friends, explore hobbies, and participate in a school day without overwhelming fatigue. For Dalton, being able to transfer independently from his wheelchair 25% of the time would drastically reduce his needs for assistance during daily routines, fostering a greater independence in spaces like the bathroom, the dining room table, or his bedroom. When considering therapies, even those with unknown long-term risk, we will weigh the potential benefits against the current challenges and the relentless progression of the condition. For example, if investigational therapies could reduce falls by 20%, the improvement in safety and quality of life could be transformative. Even as we consider the uncertainties, success for us is measured not just by clinical metrics, but by substantial, significant improvement to their daily life. Ultimately, our decisions are guided by the hope of reducing medical commitments, minimizing therapy sessions, doctor's appointments, and cherishing more quality time as a family and in the community. These aren't drastic milestones, but they would provide the boys more independence, dignity, inclusion, and the ability to focus on being a child. Our boys are bright, loving, and determined, and what they lack is time, and we as their parents lack the tools to support them. We urge the FDA to partner with us and help speed up the pathways to clinical trials and support flexible endpoints that reflect real, meaningful daily improvements. Thank you for your time and listening to our family story.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Laura?
Yeah.
You want to go?
Good afternoon. I'm Laura, mother to Carolina, who was diagnosed with LBSL in Rome, Italy, at just 1 year old, after a sudden decline in motor skills and the onset of the head, legs, and hands tremors. She's now 6. Her symptoms have become more episodic, especially following illnesses such as fever, cold, bronchitis. Each time she gets sick, her recovery takes longer, and we worry she won't fully bounce back. After her diagnosis, we began the recommended Mito cocktail, which consists of riboflavin and idubinone, an antioxidant, twice daily. Adding also folic acid twice weekly, vitamin C and D for immune support. This regimen targets cellular energy production. Since starting it, Carolina has shown noticeable improvements. She can now walk, run, and jump, though with mild ataxia. Though the taste isn't pleasant, Carolina has adjusted to it. We pick up her medications monthly, since riboflavin has a short shelf life. Still, there is no clear evidence that the cocktail slows disease progression or reduces long-term symptoms. That uncertainty is deeply unsettling. While we manage the short-term effects, the unknowns of long-term use remain a concern. There is also a psychological toll. Carolina wonders why she's more tired than her friends, why she's left out of active games. Quality of life improvements will help her not just physically, but also emotionally and socially. What's most urgent for us is a therapy that addresses the degenerative nature of LBSL. We fear losing the abilities that Carolina still has, walking, seeing, eating independently. A treatment that could preserve these functions will be life-changing, allowing children to stay active and self-sufficient, reducing caregiver stress and easing our constant anxiety. Functional gains like better balance and less fatigue will have a profound impact. As doctors work for new therapies, we urge you to center real family experiences like ours. Treatments must preserve function, reduce uncertainty, and protect the long-term well-being of these children. Slowing or stopping progression, even without improvement, will be a huge achievement. We are very open to clinical trials, but obviously safety matters. Severe side effects, like liver damage, for example, could outweigh the potential gains. So we need to see a full protocols to make an informed choice. We urge all stakeholders to consider stories like ours when working towards new therapies for LBSL. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Laura. And Josh, you ready?
I am. Hi, I'm Josh Beck, and I've lived with LBSL for most of my life. But if you had met me as a kid, you wouldn't have seen it coming. I had no symptoms at all until I was about 9 years old. Then, one day out of nowhere, my legs went numb, and just like that, everything changed. Since then, it's been a long process of adjusting and adapting. Today, I deal with symptoms that affect nearly every part of my day: numbness, tightness, muscle spasms, and coordination issues that make even simple activities unpredictable. One of the worst is knee pain that gets so intense it sometimes wakes me up in the middle of the night. I fall a lot. I scrape on my legs more often than I'd like to admit. I've never been able to drive because of the spasms and coordination problems, which has meant losing out on a lot of independence. Not being able to just get up and go means I have to be careful about how I work, how I volunteer, and where I go. There's always a risk my legs won't cooperate. As for treatment, there really isn't one that I know of. I do stretches at home, which were given to me by a physical therapist years ago. On bad days, I use things like icy hot to try and take the edge off the pain. They help a little, but nothing manages the core issues. The numbness, the sudden weakness, the feeling of my body shutting down mid-stride, that's all still there. If I could ask for one thing from future treatments, it would be to reduce the numbness in my legs. Even 20% would make a noticeable difference to my daily life. That alone would give me so much more comfort and confidence. It would help me feel safer about being out in the world trying to do things I enjoy, like LARPing or other community events, without always worrying that my legs might suddenly give out. I'm open to clinical trials, especially if remote participation is possible. I can't drive to faraway clinics, but if there was a way to minimize travel or do check-ins virtually, I'd be all in. Of course, I'd always want to know about possible side effects up front so I can plan around them and adjust my routine. For instance, if a side effect could keep me from going to work, I would need to know that. I've even come up with an idea for a better kind of wheelchair, something that's light, flexible, and built for people like me, who don't need it all the time, but need it now, when symptoms hit unexpectedly. It could fold up, deploy fast, and help someone like me get out of danger or just get home. It exists in my head for now, but I'd love to see something like that developed. Living with LBSL means constantly managing limits, physical and logistical. I'm not asking for a cure, but if we had a treatment that could make symptoms more manageable, more predictable, or just less, it would mean so much. Less pain, more confidence. Less fear, more freedom. Thank you for listening and for working towards a better future for all of us living with this condition.
Thank you all so much. We're so grateful that you're willing to share such personal stories. And now I want to go ahead and invite our topic 2 panelists up to the stage. So Casey and her daughter Hazel, Michaela and her son Tanner, and then Ellie. While they're getting up to the stage, we'll go ahead and jump to our next polling question. So we'll pull that up. You can go to pollev.com/CureLBSL. So our next question is, what medications or medical treatments have you used to treat symptoms associated with LBSL? You can go ahead and select all that apply. So we've got A, a mitochondrial cocktail or vitamins and supplements, B, Miralax or other laxatives, C, riboflavin, D, elemempritide, E, Botox, F, baclofen, G, supplements, H, anxiety or depression medications, I, other medications, or J, we're currently not doing anything to help manage symptoms. So I know we've heard from a number of people who have taken mitochondrial cocktail. We see some of those other vitamins on the list that are common.
And I have some comments too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Colleen from Canada says, my son has participated in physio rehab program for 1 month with physio, swimming, occupational and recreational therapies. I feel that he did see improvement, but more so with posture and independence, and some muscle strength was starting to show. The rehab program, and that has helped considerably with the legs stiffening and crossing while he's trying to move around. And he also takes a small regimen of the typical LBSL vitamins and minerals. He responds well to therapy and his vitamins, but the consistency where it's lacking is where it's lacking for real improvement. And then Kai's mother from Brazil says, since age of 2, Kai has been treated with vitamins and cofactors. Every 6 months, we do blood work to check his levels and adjust as he needed. Although the progress is slow, we have seen improvements, especially in his motor skills. This is the only option we currently have, and we believe it is helping him.
Thank you so much for sharing those, Beth. Let's go ahead and move on to our next polling question. If we can get that pulled up. So besides medications and treatments, what are you currently doing to help manage the symptoms of LBSL? Go ahead, and this is another one, select all that apply. A, physical therapy, B, occupational therapy, C, a feeding tube, D, functional electrical stimulation, E, mobility devices, F, adaptive equipment, G, other, or H, you're currently not doing anything to help manage symptoms. It should come as no surprise that physical therapy is perhaps the most common one, knowing that mobility is so affected. All right, well, I think in our pre-meeting survey, and now in this live polling, we've seen a range of treatments that patients and caregivers are employing to treat those LBSL symptoms. So panelists, we want to hear from you. What are you currently doing to treat LBSL? Michaela, would you get us started? I know you have a lot.
We're doing a couple things. First, I want to say most of the people that see Tanner come to our house, which is like amazing. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we currently have 2 people that come out to our house weekly, and the first is his physical therapist. And just due to how severe he is, it's just a lot of stretching him out and a lot of just guiding me on like, here's some things you can do if you see his body like kind of contorted, because he tends to lean to the left, which I think a lot of our kids have left side issues. Anyway, he doesn't see OT just because of the severity of his disease. We can actually cover a lot of the OT stuff with physical therapy. And then he has somebody come out from, there's a school for deaf and blind in our area, and they have a program called the Parent-Infant Program, and they'll send someone out just to help him with like vision therapy. So like they'll use light devices or sensory devices that maybe you don't have to see, just to encourage any type of engagement with him. But I just view them as like someone else to come and love him and like just be a part of our journey. Am I talking about the medical stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and medications that you're using right now also
Okay. So he's on daily seizure med, and then he has 2 like emergency meds, and they have different levels. One of them is like kind of how I talked about when he's not doing well, and it just pretty much sedates him. But one of them, it doesn't put him to sleep, but it's just like his chill out pill, kind of is what I call it, like when he needs a little bit more help. I've used it a couple times, just even being on this trip. He has to take something every day to help him go to the bathroom. That is actually like a major, major one for him, even though you may not think it's a big deal. He also takes gabapentin just for his legs. They're very restless. Of course, he can't tell me what he's feeling, but I've actually gained a lot of insight, like hearing about those who can share how they feel, just with the burning and the pain and the tingling sensations. And then he also just started getting Botox, which has been a huge thing for him. So like I said, his left side is like more severely affected. It's very tight. His arm, sometimes you can't even pull it out. Same for his leg. And so he gets shots in his left arm and leg, and then it can actually just relax, which for me matters a lot because I care about his comfort, and since he can't tell me how he feels, I just want him to be as like comfortable and at peace as possible.
Thank you so much for sharing.
That was a lot, sorry.
No, that was great. Ellie, do you want to go next?
All right. I go to weekly physical therapy, which when done consistently is often a very big help. And I also take a Mito cocktail, a vitamin cocktail. That's the same thing. Sorry. And an experimental drug through expanded access. And sorry.
No, that's great. Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm curious, with your physical therapy, can you tell us a little bit more about, are you working on, like, what are some of the things you're working on in physical therapy?
Typically in physical therapy, I work on, I've been working a lot more on like hamstrings and my calves and like lower extremities, and the gross and fine motor skills in the lower half of my body, as well as core strength to assist with ataxia.
Thank you. Well, and Hazel, I know that you've started doing some CrossFit. Do you want to tell us what are you doing to treat your LBSL symptoms?
So I go to CrossFit 2 times a week to like work out, but also like work on my walking and balance with some extra weight.
That's great. Casey, do you have anything else that you want to add about what you guys have?
Absolutely. Hazel started doing CrossFit, and one of the main things that we've been really working on is keeping her muscles strong. She doesn't have balance and coordination, but if we can keep those muscles as strong as possible, that if a cure or an option to help with coordination could be there, she would have the foundation to be able to work through that. Hazel also is a dancer, and she works very hard at that. She dances every day in her room to her routines, and does a solo performance with a dance company. Hazel also is part of the high school cheer team. Our local community is very helpful. They adapt a lot of the routines to highlight Hazel, yet make sure that she can do the routine safely, which is very, very helpful for us and our family, and for inclusion for Hazel, because I think inclusion is a very big piece that we try to make sure to address. For Hazel, I think the other huge thing we've talked about, heat intolerance, and so if anybody was here yesterday, we did not have Hazel outside, and that's one of the ways that we manage her symptoms. Her brother and dad were able to go out and walk around Arlington, and Hazel and I chose to chill in the nice air-conditioned hotel. So not being included is also a way that we manage things.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know for Madison, we do weekly PT, and she actually has significant learning differences as well. So we had moved her into a specialized school so she can have a smaller classroom environment and more learning that's tailored to her pace and her needs, because her processing time is slower than others, and to find the right classroom environment where she can have the opportunity to get the words out and to process the questions and the learning, that was something that's been really important to us as a family. And Beth, do you have anything that is coming in online that you want to share?
Not specific to, I shared the other comments that were specific to what people are doing to manage their disease. I guess just in our household, as Ellie's gotten older and the disease has progressed, our sort of risk tolerance has changed, and we're sort of, I think we were very worried about, what happens if she loses the ability to walk? And so maybe we were a little more risk tolerant, and now we're like, well, I wouldn't, well, you're an adult now, so you can make your own choices, but it seems watching you make these choices, you ask a lot of questions, you want to make sure there's no adverse reactions, and you are willing to inject yourself daily, so that's kind of where we're at. I don't know if you want to expand on that.
Kind of zoned out for a second.
It's fine.
No,
it's fine. Yeah, I just wanted to add that in.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that. The next question, I want to again reach out to our greater LBSL community. So let's go to our next polling question, and that's going to be talking about how well the current treatment regimen controls symptoms. So head to pollev.com/curelbsl, and our next question is, how well does your current treatment regimen control you or your loved one's symptoms overall? A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, or D, not applicable because we're not using anything. See a pretty good mix coming in here. And I think, too, for us, at least with my family, it's hard to know day to day. Like, some symptoms are worse than others, and you're taking the same stuff, and LBSL is such a roller coaster. So some days are managed better, feel better managed than than others. So panelists, what do you think? How well is your current treatment regimen treating your symptoms? What did you pick? Ellie, I'm going to throw it to you first.
I would say it does treat it. It's not as effective as I would like, and there are definitely several possibilities of why that could be. Like, I could just eventually be tolerating the medication I'm on, or I could just not have gone to PT enough. That over time, certain medications don't seem to affect me as much. Like, I often take melatonin to go to sleep, and I've had to increase the dosage to the maximum safe dosage in order to go to sleep. And I don't see any effects in my day-to-day from the vitamin cocktail, though I do notice if I don't take it for several days that it affects me both physically and mentally. So they do assist, but sometimes I wonder if it's just because of how long I've had them or if they really do work.
Thank you for that.
I think something with much clearer effects would make that better.
Absolutely. Hazel, what about you? What did you pick? How well do you think your regimen is helping your symptoms right now?
I think that what I'm doing is helping a lot, just like staying active and building muscle and strength.
Yeah. Casey, would you agree? Like, how do you feel the treatment regimen is for Hazel?
I think what Hazel is doing is building strength, is keeping focus for Hazel, but we really don't have a strong regimen that's treating LBSL. Her LBSL continues to progress. Despite 1,000 hours of physical therapy, we haven't addressed the walking, the balance, the core muscles, and so it's very difficult to say yes. It's managing her symptoms, where Hazel's never lived a life where she hasn't had to adapt or not feel a symptom, so she doesn't really know any better than that. So if there were a meaningful treatment that addressed her balance or addressed her tremor, and she actually felt for the first time to not have a hand tremor or to be able to balance longer than she currently can, I think it would be pretty eye-opening to her.
Thank you for that. Michaela, what about you? What did you pick? How well do you think your treatments are working for Tanner right now?
I picked somewhat and very little. I did somewhat because, as I mentioned before, for the seizure med, it'll seem like it's working really well, but then we'll have days where like nothing I give him is touching like whatever the brain activity is. I can't confirm that it's seizures all the time, but so for that I say somewhat, but then I also wrote very little, which I don't know if it exactly applies, but like so much of what he deals with, there's literally nothing that you can do except, like, in my mind, just make him more comfortable. So I don't know. There's just so much left untouched for kids like him, because some of the symptoms are so severe. Like, they're just, how do you begin to treat them? I don't know.
Yeah, well, and I know for Tanner, since he can't really communicate with you as you've expressed, like, how have your treatments for him changed over time? And like, how do you intuit what he needs?
Yeah. Sometimes he whines, and I've learned how to understand what the whining is. He rarely cries, but one of the only times he cries is if he's having a stomach issue. So honestly, the Miralax, and I know a lot of people have mentioned that, but like that has changed everything for us. I know you can relate. Because when he's always silent and then he's crying, like, we're gonna stop everything that we're doing until we can figure that out. But I also forgot to mention earlier that he has like a number of devices that he uses at home that help, I think, with keeping him comfortable. Like, he wears a, it's called a TSLO, and don't ask me what it stands for, but I just call it a back brace. And without it, he folds over like a piece of paper. So for that, I'm like, that's great, because he can actually appear to be sitting up, and just a couple other things that he uses. So it kind of depends. So I said somewhat and very little.
Yeah, thank you. And Casey, I know you guys have kind of changed your treatment over time. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how that process has worked out?
Sure. Hazel started doing physical therapy and occupational therapy an hour a week, starting at about age 6, and I think we stopped at about age 13. So just a little under 1,000 hours of PT and OT for Hazel. And we just stopped because she had been part of a pediatric clinic. She was getting older and older. She's finding that she's doing some of the same exercises without much more gain than she's been having over and over. So that's really when we started looking at different options and found a CrossFit gym with a personal trainer that was willing to put a barbell in her hand. That was kind of scary as a parent to see, but Hazel really adapted to that, and I think that's important if there are therapies out there that they're relevant to children if you're working with children, or adults if you're working with adults, to keep them interesting. And we also tried a mitochondrial cocktail early on. It was very expensive, and the pills were very large, and Hazel was 6 or 7 when we started that, and she'd never swallowed a pill before. And so as a parent desperate to do anything and everything that any of the professionals were telling us to do, you do all of them. And Hazel learned how to swallow a pill, but each time swallowing that pill over and over got more and more difficult. And we didn't really see a major change in her ability to walk or balance, and so we just stopped taking the cocktail. Hazel had leg braces for a while, and that really helped with tripping and falling, but really made her stand out to her peers. And as she got older and older, she didn't want to be the girl with the plastic legs. And even though they were beautiful, they have butterflies on them, that Hazel just really found looking similar to her peers overshadowed what the leg braces really helped with. So we stopped using those as well. Hazel does have a mobility device, a power chair, but I think one of the great things about Hazel, I don't know, she refuses to use it because she does want to keep her muscles as strong as possible. So she takes the risk of falls, which at this point in time, our family allows Hazel to do that risk benefit. Do you want to talk? Did we cover it all?
I try my hardest every single day to, stay independent. And, I push myself a little hard sometimes to stay independent. But I also don't want to give up, because if I lose that stubbornness to do it, then I just lose it.
I can really relate to that with Madison. She will fall down and she pops back up real quick because she also doesn't want to lose that. She wants to be like, I got it, I'm fine. Brush yourself off, keep going. So.
And I think just to highlight, she is a true teenager through and through. And I think Hazel heard the message loud and clear that puberty is a really scary time for this disease. And so I think that she's put a little more effort right now just for the big fears of this disease progressing much quicker than anticipated.
Thank you both. Ellie, do you want to share a little bit about how your treatments have been changing over time?
Sure. I have gone to, I've been at physical therapy on and off throughout my life. I did receive it through my school when I was very young, but then they didn't think I needed it, so I no longer had it. And then I went back around 4 years after that? Mm-hmm. We started going into private care physical therapy. And I have been staying with that pretty much ever since, although I have switched providers a few times. And physical therapy has definitely been a huge help to me. My disease still is regressing, even with the physical therapy, but I think without it, I definitely would have lost any mobility a lot sooner. And shoot, what else was there?
Boxing.
Yes, I did used to do boxing, which although it didn't help with specifically my legs or anything like that, it did definitely strengthen my core and my upper body quite a bit. I also used to go to equine therapy, which I think was one of the most beneficial forms of care I've ever gotten. And so I think that is definitely something I would look into again if possible. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Beth, do you have anything you want to add about how you guys have changed treatments for her over the years as she's grown?
Yeah, I think we just, like she said, we've just been doing the physical therapy. That's all we can do. That's really all we have at this point, right? And you know, taking the vitamins, not knowing if they really work or not, you know, what the normal baseline is, because she's been on it for so long. And of course, there's always some benefit to vitamins, right? So we just keep doing the things we're doing, but, you know, hoping for something more substantial.
Thank you. I want to go ahead and now move into another live polling question. And this one's kind of focusing on what the biggest needs that are not being met right now by your current approaches that you're taking. So we're going to hop back over to pollev.com/CuraLBSL, and we're going to get that question pulled up. There we go. So what are the biggest needs for you or your loved one that are not met by current approaches? And you can choose up to 3. So we've got A, approved treatments, B, preventing or halting disease progression, C, improving symptoms, D, a reduction in anxiety and stress, E, a reduction in caregiver burden, F, access to care, or G, other. So I'm not surprised at all that, you know, preventing or halting disease progression is one of the biggest unmet needs. I think that's what we're all here for today to say. Michaela, do you want to share a little bit about what you might have chosen?
Sure. I chose the top 3. Of course, you could choose all of them, but I mean, I'm sorry, I keep doing the same thing. I chose the top 3. I think I could have chosen all of them, but I think, like you said, those are the most important to me. I mean, I'd love to be able to do something for him or have a treatment for him where I'm like, okay, I can see this need has been met. Because a lot of it is just like I said, trying to keep him comfortable, maintain where he's at, but nothing's really targeting like the specific things that he struggles with. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Casey, did you want to highlight anything that you thought are really unmet right now for Hazel? Or Hazel, what do you think is your biggest unmet needs?
Like stopping the progression of the disease and reducing anxiety, because I feel like LBSL has impacted my mental health more than like anything, and also my physical health. But my mental health got worse than it used to be.
How do you address, like, how are you dealing with like the mental health aspect of the effects of LBSL?
Well, sometimes like my mental health gets so bad that I cry a lot, like per week. But I have been going to therapy for my mental health. It's working, but I still cry most days.
Thank you, Hazel. Thank you for sharing that. Ellie, what about for you? What are some of those big needs for you that you think are really unmet by what you've been doing?
I also chose the top 3. I think that there's just not a treatment, at least for me specifically. Like, I think I'd need something more intense. Like, I'd need to, like, be able. I find that going to PT causes me to exercise because, similar to what Hazel said, like, the condition is very mentally taxing, and because of the mental taxation, it causes depression, which reduces motivation to actually do things and take care of your body. And so actually, like, going into the office for PT is where I find I am often most focused on exercise. And I think I'd like to be able to go more. However, that doesn't always work because, like, in high school, they're just dumping homework on you all the time. So, like, I can't, and I want to go hang out with friends and stuff, so I can't be at PT 3 days a week until 6 o'clock. Yeah, I think that was it.
Well, thank you all. We're going to add in one more polling question right now, and that one is going to focus on the symptoms that you would want a new therapeutic to address. So we're going to look at select up to 3 LBSL symptoms you most want a new therapeutic to address. We have A, mobility and ataxia, B, balance and coordination, C, fine motor abilities, D, GI issues, E, energy levels, F, brain fog and cognitive dysfunction, G, pain, or H, other. So pick up to 3. I know there's a lot of symptoms we would love to have a therapy address. Beth, do we have anything that you want to weigh in on and share?
Yeah, I can read a couple comments on this subject. Mom from California says it's very hard for my daughter to master swimming, and I'm very afraid of her drowning. So that's something we heard earlier. Another caregiver says, as a caregiver, a meaningful treatment would bring our family hope. We would be able to participate in more activities. It could reduce fatigue, lessen falls, and improve mobility. Less wheelchair dependence, more energy, and more time for our family to just enjoy life. It would allow me and my mom to hold a successful career. And then a patient, an adult patient, I know I'm most likely never gonna gain the ability to walk again, but it would be nice to be able to hold a glass of water and be able to carry it somewhere without worrying about spills. That one resonates.
Thank you. Well, panelists, I want to go ahead and pull it back to you guys. What symptoms would a meaningful treatment address? Sure, Michaela, but go ahead.
I chose the bottom 3. Again, of course, it would be all of them. But, well, number 1, I did pain because I don't know what he feels. But, of course, if your kid's in pain, you immediately want to fix that. And then brain fog, I think is to put it lightly. He definitely has some cognitive dysfunction, and like I think that's a majority of like his struggles because I don't know if I could just change that his whole life would be changed. But then I did other because I didn't see vision up there, and that may not even fall into this category. But like,
I think that would be
if he could just see enough to like know what's going on in front of him, then we could use so many other devices and like not treatments, but like things to just help him have a more functional life.
Thank you. Hazel, what about you? What LBSL symptoms would you most like to have a therapy address?
The symptom that impacts me every day and is very frustrating is walking and balance difficulties of every second of every day. Yeah.
Thank you. Casey, I know you've talked a little bit too about Hazel's need for a straw. Is that something that you would love to see improved upon? Like, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. I think especially in the age of technology that we're in, a hand tremor is very difficult to navigate a smartphone or a cash register at Fleet Farm where Hazel works. And when many people come through her line, they have asked Hazel if she's okay, if that hand usually does that. And so I would say her hand tremor is probably a very big one that we would love to see targeted. She would be able to carry anything liquid. That would be wonderful. Often her brother has to carry her cereal from the kitchen to the living room where, yes, we let them eat in the living room. And but if Hazel had to carry that, which she has tried to before, it just results in the cereal all over the floor and huge frustration and embarrassment. So the hand tremor, balance, absolutely. The ability to just walk the halls in school. Hazel talks about how much energy it takes to stay upright and walking in the hallway and navigating other people coming towards her, that she can't even find the extra energy or coordination to talk with friends in passing because that might be too many things to do at once.
Yeah, I think, Ellie, I think I saw you nodding to a couple of things. Would you like to go ahead and share?
I selected mobility and ataxia. That has very heavily affected me, especially recently, as I have noticed I've gained a little more muscle, but the ataxia is still an issue. That is definitely one of the hardest parts of walking, is losing my balance, and kind of, as I said earlier, like I lean on things in the house a lot. And when I'm not unable to do that, I do use like crutches or a walker or something like that. And also I've found that because of my ataxia, things like my posture have been heavily affected, and it's very much like I've felt that my joints have definitely not been what they were around like 4 years ago. Also just general pain, again, like in my joints, and the circulation issue while I'm sleeping, or really at any point of the day, are things that definitely impact me. And I also selected other kind of, primarily because of the sleep issue. I found like it is very difficult to sleep at night. And there was one other thing.
It's all right. I can relate to the sleep, though. For Madison, just her sleep disruptions. We did a sleep study several years ago, and she never got into REM sleep, and she woke up at 2 a.m. And they said, well, you could repeat the study. And I was like, I think this is our problem. Like, I think that's the issue. We just don't sleep well, and then it compounds into learning challenges, and you can't get through your day if you can't sleep and your body's not restoring itself the way you need to. And so that's really hard, and then it feeds into the fatigue and the balance and the walking. So the sleep really, we're right there with you, Ellie. Anything else, Beth?
Well, we just had a comment come in from California. The moms, the symptom they're really focused on right now is the mobility. They don't like seeing their son's walking. They don't like seeing what's happening to it right now, and it's really hard to watch and stay positive, and we would do anything to stop the progression.
Thank you. So I know too, we're obviously all here because we want to find a cure and even something to reverse LBSL, but short of a cure, I would love to talk about what an ideal treatment would look like for you. So let's see. Ellie, would you like to talk about an ideal treatment? What would you love to see?
I think a treatment for the majority of my physical symptoms would definitely be helpful. Something non-intrusive to my life, because I don't want to have to spend half my life at a doctor's office. Like, that's not normal, that's not fun, that's not fair. But I think having something nearby, or something like readily available that I can do for treatment, or maybe medication that has very obvious effects compared to what I have been taking right now would be something I would enjoy seeing as a treatment.
Thank you. Well, and Hazel and Casey, you guys kind of talked about how those huge pills are difficult to take. Like, what would an ideal treatment look like for you, and for Hazel? So,
just to stop or slow down the progression of LBSL and not have to worry about if I'm going to lose the ability to do what I can do right now in like a few years.
so Hazel, with that, if you could just slow or stop progression without any improvement, would that be good for you? Like, would that be a win?
Other than my hand tremors.
But it would still be a win for our whole family. I think when we're looking at what an ideal treatment would be, this is chronic illness. We've been doing years and years of treatment, and so our mantra is time is myelin. So if there is an intensive treatment that shows quick outcomes, I think that Hazel and our family would be very open to the burden of travel. We would be very open to big horse pills. We would be very open to a little bit of pain if we could see any type of outcome that was noticeable.
Thank you. What about for you, Michaela?
I think back to the vision, I would love to see something that could help him see enough that he could look at like an eye gaze device and communicate through that, because his visual impairment is cortical, so it's not like I can't put glasses on him and fix it. It's just going all back to his brain and his optic nerves. So if there was something that could treat that could improve that, then we could use something like an eye gaze device where he can look at the pictures on a screen and like a cup of water, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then like we can know, okay, he's thirsty. That would change everything, because then we wouldn't have to guess everything that he wants, and he could actually even like have a personality that he can share with us.
So for you, would slowing or stopping progression and like without any symptoms improvement, would that be meaningful for you as a family as well? Like
To slow or stop progression?
Well, I mean, like to stop, but without like improving his current symptoms. Like if you could just stop it where it is.
I think definitely, because we know that this disease is progressive, and the only question in our minds is how will it progress? It's not a matter of like, is it going to? Like, we know that it is, and we all know that it has over time. So I think just like the person who said they knew they would probably never walk again, it's easy to resign yourself to like, okay, well, this is just the way it is, but it could get a lot worse. So to think about keeping him like this, I'm like, that's fine as long as he doesn't get worse. But yeah.
Thank you. I don't know if anyone in our audience wants to weigh in on any of these things, or Beth, if you have anything else that you want.
Yeah, I was going to
okay,
suggest we kick it over to some of our...
I think I mentioned this before, and Beth, you mentioned risk tolerance. I think although our kid's in a great spot, our risk tolerance is probably on the higher side, just to keep them at the current state than to progress to a worse state, I guess I would say. So, we're kind of in the boat that Casey said, willing to do. Obviously there's a lot to think about and want to ensure the safety of our kids, but I think our risk tolerance would be pretty high to keep them, to have it not progressing any worse.
If I can just also speak to, I didn't want to jump ahead though. I don't know if that will. Okay, so I mean, even for us, we'd be happy to pioneer that as well. If we could pioneer alongside someone who is able to express the side effects that they feel, then we can kind of look to them and be like, okay, maybe Tanner would experience this. But that's one of the things that would prohibit us from pioneering anything, because he just can't tell us. That would be our only hiccup, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. Well, and Lance, I'm glad you brought up the risk tolerance. And Hazel, I'm very interested to hear from you too about how do you determine what you're willing to try in terms of potential side effects versus potential benefits. Could you share a little bit about that?
If there was a treatment that did what I wanted, like slow or stop the progression, then I'd like that. And that might make me want it more than not want it.
I think throughout this journey with LBSL, we've been involved in a lot of research, and each step of that research, I ask Hazel, you know, this is you giving permission to this medical community. They're going to ask for your blood. They're going to ask for images of your brain. Are you up for this? And Hazel has always said, yes, if it can get a cure for this disease, I'm willing to help this community. I want to be part of the solution. And so Hazel's been making those decisions throughout several, probably over 10 years. And now we're sitting on a panel talking about a potential cure that could be coming. So this is exciting. She's willing to do quite a lot. She wants to be well informed of what side effects could be there. But usually living with LBSL seems to be more difficult than a side effect that's been shared with her thus far.
Thank you. Thank you both. Ellie, I'm curious for you, like how do you balance the potential risk versus side effects for a potential treatment?
Well, I kind of think about it like, how often do I have to take it, and what could it do for me, like positively or negatively? Like, for instance, if there was something that I could take like once a month and it would work, then that would be great. But if there's like a risk that it could really hurt me if something goes wrong, then maybe it would be less open to something like that, as opposed to like a more regular thing that doesn't have as much impact. But if it's clearly safer, then I would be more open to the safer option. Yeah.
Thank you. Beth, do we have anything in our comments that people would like to add?
Yeah, I'll just add 2 comments from our people who are listening in online. A caregiver says a meaningful treatment would improve her gait and balance, reduce her ataxia, and boost her energy levels to get through the day. Those are the things that affect our family most, and I don't want my daughter to feel that she's missing out. And then another mother says, I pray and dream that one day we can find a cure, but even if complete cure isn't possible, I'd be very grateful for a treatment that could slow progression and improve quality of life.
Thank you. Well, and in our pre-meeting survey, 78% of caregivers had said potential side effects would deter them from having their child participate in a clinical trial, and 57% of our patients said that potential side effects would deter them from clinical trials. So it was interesting to see that our patients are a lot more motivated. Whereas I know as a parent, I'm a little nervous about exposing or making a choice for my daughter. And that's something that I know I will have to balance as we get closer to these things, but she's also getting older. But I'm curious to hear from you, panel, what would deter you from participating in a clinical trial? Like, are you willing to travel? Like, what are you willing to do?
Frequent travel is not something I'm open to, just because, like, again, I don't think medical treatment should have to be my life. I don't think it should have to be anybody else's life. But I think either like occasional travel or like nearby testing is something that I would be more open to.
Thank you. Casey, what about you? What would deter you guys? What do you think for your family would be a deterrent for a clinical trial? And Hazel, you as well, obviously, what would deter you from wanting to participate? Is there anything that would deter you?
If I have to travel a lot and like miss school.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we have going really well for Hazel. So if there can be kind of short stints or intensive pockets of travel, our family can navigate that. But we don't want to miss all of cheer season doing clinical trials because cheerleading is its own medicine for Hazel. Side effects are a really big piece. We deal with LBSL, so side effects for a treatment have to be pretty big and severe for us to look away from a potential treatment, because what LBSL gives us is pretty symptomatic and pretty scary. So we won't shy away from side effects. We just need to know what they are and how they will affect our well-being. I would say cost is also another consideration. We're not the richest people in the world, but boy, we can fundraise. So cost would be another piece that we would really like to look at. We've figured it out so far, but we would be looking at those pieces.
Thank you. And Michaela, what about for you? Are there specific things that would deter you from participating in a trial?
Sure. So like I said before, I think one of the biggest deterrents would just be that he can't express, he wouldn't be able to express to us other than, I guess, a pained look on his face, like how something is making him feel or what the side effects are. So if we were to pioneer something, we'd just like to do it alongside someone who's actually able to express what those things are, because then we can kind of take a step of faith and assume maybe that Tanner will have similar side effects. Other than that, I mean, we would travel, our whole lives are affected by LBSL already, so deeply. So we'd be willing to do all the things, but I would say that just to continue to build up our family, the incentives would have to be such that it would benefit our family and that it wouldn't be something that separates him from our family.
Thank you for that. Beth, do we have any other comments that you want to bring into this conversation or anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think it's a hard one because, like you said, Casey, we do deal with so many, Ellie and Hazel deal with so many uncomfortable side effects of this disease already, whether it's mental, whether it's GI. So yeah, I think that if it addresses some of our biggest concerns like mobility and ataxia, then, again, I'm dealing with a 17-year-old as you are about to be 18-year-old, but she's very smart, as is yours, and she asks the right questions, and I'm very proud of her for that. So,
thank you. I guess I'm just curious too, if you, in a dream therapeutic that you could try and tomorrow wake up and one thing has changed for you, what would change your life? What would be one thing that you could have a therapeutic do that would just change your life tomorrow if you could wake up and it would be, that one thing would be better? It's kind of a big question, I know, but Ellie, do you have something that would be one thing that you really think you would love to have a therapeutic change for you if you could change something right away?
I know this isn't one thing, but I'm just kind of on the fence between either muscle strength or ataxia, because those are the two largest things that impact me, and the worst part is they affect each other. If my muscle strength isn't good, my ataxia gets worse, and the worse my ataxia is, the more muscle I lose. And so I think to wake up with one of those fixed would allow me to fix the other much faster. But I don't really know which one would be the right one.
Yeah. What about for you, Hazel? If there's one thing you could wake up tomorrow and do that would change your world, or a symptom that was alleviated, what would it be?
If I could wake up one day and get rid of my balance issues and be fully independent instead of dependent on people around me or walls and stuff to hold on to.
Yeah, thank you for that. Casey, do you have anything you would want to add where if you, for Hazel, like, is there anything else you'd want to see in one thing improved that would change your family?
I think something that we haven't really spoken too much about on this panel is fever and heat. If Hazel could go to Arlington and walk through the cemetery yesterday without it affecting her, that would be pretty amazing. Or for her to get a simple fever and our entire family doesn't have to freak out about how do you get that fever down as quickly as possible, because when Hazel has a fever, she cannot walk. And depending on how hot her body is, she loses the ability to sit, sometimes talk. The higher the temperature, the worse the symptoms. And so if I woke up and had a magical cure for heat and fever and how to get her body cooled as quickly as possible, I would love that. COVID was really scary.
Yeah.
Because of the fever, not because of the illness or the germs.
Thank you for that. It's very interesting because for Madison, we have never experienced like the fever or even the temperature intolerance. But I know for us, like the fatigue, like that's what prevents her from keeping up with us. Like I think she could navigate her balance issues, but for her, it's that energy to get through the day. Like even now, she's going into 2nd grade, and most days after school, she needs a nap because she just can't make it through the day because we're not sleeping well. And the energy, like figuring out how to charge that battery would be really, really key for us. But Michaela, I know you've spoken a lot about vision. Is that, like, what would be your game-changing thing?
I think most of all, it would be if we could improve like his cognitive function to where he could actually interact with like us and the outside world. Because a lot of it is just us like talking to him and projecting like onto him. Like we have a sign in our house and it says, "In this house, we narrate Tanner's thoughts." And it's just like all from us, you know?
Yeah. Thank you for that. One more question, because I did pose this to the other panel, but I would love to ask it of you as well. And that's, what do you wish more people understood about LBSL? And I know that that's a big question as well. So, Michaela, can I throw it to you first?
Sure. I think I wish that people maybe were better trained on how to interact with people with disabilities, because there's so many of them that would cover all of them if people just knew how to selflessly accommodate for people who need things that maybe they don't need, or who can't do things that they can do, or just to acknowledge just people who are different than them. I mean, like Tanner doesn't really know, he doesn't know what's going on around him, so when people stare at him, that's fine, and it's fine for me, whatever, I'm an adult, but like for them to like take it a step farther and instead like interact with them and just show like, hey, like we acknowledge that you're in this room, would be good.
Yeah, thank you. Hazel, what do you wish people knew or understood about LBSL?
I wish that when I tell people about LBSL and like they are curious and ask, and then I'd say, it's LBSL, it's a brain disease, they just look at me like in a weird way. So I don't like telling people unless they ask what I have. And I wish people understood that if you have a brain disease, it's not like that. And like, you see me at school, I look just like you. I just have trouble doing things. Yeah.
Thank you. Casey, what would you as a mom and as Hazel's mom want people to understand about LBSL?
Oh, gosh. I would like the community to know that, as many of you have heard, we all just get this diagnosis and are told, like, yeah, there's not much that you can do. Here's some ideas, because a lot of families are well-intended, but they provide, like, have you tried magnet therapy? Have you tried going gluten-free? And it's just like, thank you. There probably is something out there, but our medical community hasn't unlocked this quite yet. So maybe we'll decrease the gluten. But I'd really just prefer you to invite my daughter over and treat her just like any other 16-year-old. And you really can't break her. She actually knows her limitations more than I do. And so just let her be, and it'll all be okay.
I can really relate to that. The number of people that have tried to be like, oh, I Googled, here's some ideas. Like, did you try a chiropractor? Like, things like that, where it's really hard to be like, no, we have a lot of scientists and research underway that are actually looking for a cure for us. Thank you for trying. Anyways, Ellie.
I definitely agree with everything you guys have said. I also think that maybe just like a little more understanding with like speed and energy, because people who know me know that very well, like, I'm a little slower. Even in my chair, I'm probably going to be towards the back of the group. And when people know me really well, they know that that's going to happen and they need to slow down a bit. Versus kind of in like a school setting, things are a lot more fast-paced, and that's not necessarily to say like the entire school has to slow down for me, but just like there have been times where my class will go on a field trip and we take the metro to DC for that, and like everyone's like already on the train when I get to the station. And I think maybe if the school would just like kind of keep the group together a little more, that would feel a little less isolating.
Yeah.
Rather than like me, the teacher, and one other kid.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for weighing in on that one. Beth, do you have any more comments that you'd like to share that have come in from online?
Yeah, I'll just read a couple more comments. One caregiver says that some places are a real struggle just to access and be included in some activities. For example, getting on the beach feels completely inaccessible. Can relate. And then another mom from Massachusetts, her son is older and says he's lucky to be fully employed and able to work from home, but because he doesn't walk as much as he used to, he doesn't walk as well. He trips and falls, which is a huge concern. He still takes his Mito cocktail and a few other supplements. And I think that's what I would like everybody to know about this disease, is that it's an energy disease and it's a physical disease. So, and the two sort of compound one another. So you don't have the energy to exercise, so then you don't exercise, and then you get weaker, and it can, it can snowball. But I know everybody up on this stage is fighting really hard to live the strongest, best life they can for themselves and for their kiddos.
Thank you for that. And I just want to encourage our greater LBSL community that's tuned in. Like, we would love to hear in the comment box over the next 30 days, send us in your thoughts. We want to hear from you. We want to make sure it's all captured. We want to hear what you want in terms of a therapy, what symptoms you'd like to address, what would deter you from participating in clinical trials, and what would motivate you to participate in a clinical trial. So we just really want to make sure that we can tell the world and really encapsulate what your desires are. So thank you all for being up here this afternoon. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being so honest and real and personal. And we're just really grateful that you guys could come over here today and just really help us have a meaningful conversation. So thank you. And I'm gonna kick it over to Beth now for our next steps and closing remarks.
Good job, Morgan. Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I really wanted asked. It's all right. No, that's all right. You didn't know that it was that important to me. And perhaps you don't have to answer. You can put it in your docket for 30 days. And Josh actually started me, I almost asked him there. So the question is, you guys talked about what you would want in a treatment. What I need to know is what is meaningful to you in that success. And I say that because every day as a reviewer, we have to sit there and look at the data. And so I have to know, does this treatment work? My reality is right now, is that we're really seeing in our rare diseases modest things. I don't have my slam dunks like some diseases do. And I hope we get there because that makes my life a lot easier, right? What I get is modest. So it works. It's doing something and we know that. But we have to make a decision, is that small number we see meaningful to you, Hazel and Ellie and Josh? Is it meaningful to you? And so we need to understand what that actually means. And we have quantitative ways to do that. You can do statistics and tell me all these things, but I actually need to know verbally what that would look like in your everyday life. And so Josh said, if I could get my legs to not fail on me 20% of the time, that would be meaningful. And my first question back to you, Josh, would be, what does that 20% actually look like? Or to the mom who said, if we can get transfers down by 25%, my question is, what does 25% look like? Does that mean they can get up out of bed and they can get themselves to bed, or they can get to the toilet every day by themselves? Is that what 25% means? So what we need from you is to help me understand when I give it a number, because that is an important thing to know too, is what does that really look like in that everyday life? So when you say I want balance back, does that mean I can walk through my house unobstructed and fine? Does that mean I can get through the hallway in school at least twice the day? Because if you went to high school like where I went to high school, there was a big high school and there was a lot of walking, right? That's what would be helpful for us, because that is what we're gonna wanna look for to help us as we make our regulatory decisions. And that is one piece of the many pieces of data we get that during these packages when we review them. But what would that look like? Because what we know in our heterogeneous diseases, it's different things that are going to be maybe the most important thing, right? And so there's maybe some variability. So my question is, what would that look like? What would the smallest amount of change, if you were to see something kind of modest, what would that look like to you in your everyday life for your abilities?
Even like a small amount of change in my life, and at least for me this would be a pretty significant one, but I think statistically it would be quite small. Just being able to go to school on crutches like maybe 1 or 2 days of the week out of 5 days, I think that's reasonable. I think that's reachable with treatment right now. Yeah.
I can know how to measure that.
And I think either that and or also having energy after the school day to do whatever I'd like, whether that's homework or going for a walk or hanging out with people rather than just coming home and sitting on the couch to recharge.
Since we're on Ellie, and then I'll switch it over, to be able to stand at the microwave for 2 minutes, because that's how long it takes to make popcorn. And if she can do that, that's a win, because then she can go to college and heat a bowl of ramen, right? And right now that's hard. And to walk 25 feet, it's exactly 25 feet, I know, because we do home assessments with Dr. Fine. To be able to walk 25 feet unaided, right now she'll go a couple feet and have to hold onto the wall. So not exact answers right now, but just what comes to mind. But I don't, do you want to say something else?
Something to my mom's point. Also, being able to walk steadily while holding things or without holding things, I can't walk steadily either way, though I've noticed no matter what I'm holding, if there's something in my hand or something like very heavy in my pocket, that very heavily obstructs my balance, and I think that that would be something I would appreciate improvement on. Sorry.
Casey, how about you guys, you and Hazel?
If I could sit for like a few hours and then just like effortlessly just walk without feeling like I'm gonna fall and being less tired. Because when I'm at school, I yawn all the time and I'm just tired.
And Hazel, when you probably sit for an hour while the teacher teaches, and then you have to get up and go to your next class, don't you?
Yeah.
That's not easy, is it?
No, it's not easy.
Yeah, I think when we talk about warming up, that's what we're all talking about. So if you saw Hazel trying to transition off the stage, that's not her typical walk, but that's her typical walk after sitting for a while because she needed to warm up, and then she would be able to get down the stairs. So that's the warming up piece, sitting and then having to quickly transition. I think it's really difficult to answer this question because if you have a cure that keeps Hazel just as she is and not anything more limiting, that is enough. If she can be 4 degrees hotter and stay at baseline and be able to walk the same length that she can walk when she's 98.6 or 97, because I think she runs a little cold. If she can hold a water bottle with a straw in it and accurately hit her mouth 10 times in a day, that would be worthwhile to us. If she could use a fork without stabbing herself, that would be meaningful to us. To be able to take 25 steps without touching a wall or needing a human, that would be meaningful. To be able, I think these are silly things maybe, but will Hazel be able to have an animal when she's living in her own apartment later because she won't be able to fill the water bowl?
Yep.
Those are the things that would be meaningful.
My turn. I think, like I mentioned before, a big one would just be Tanner being able to maybe like just look at a screen and be able to see enough to like see a picture of something that he wants to communicate. Or like be able to do some type of small alert that he's awake in the morning. So I don't have to, well, not that I mind doing anything for him, but then I'm not just like staring at the monitor or quietly trying to go into his room to check on him and hope I don't wake him too early, but just so he's not laying there waiting on me. Or even just to be able to like hold a toy or have something on his lap that he can interact with in the smallest way possible beyond just, oh, my hand just swiped over there, because that's all he does. There's no interaction. Just anything would bring a little hope.
I think I just have one more thing to add for measurement. When thinking about the numbness in legs, I think if Hazel could continue to have the numbness or hollowness in her legs, but not fall. The falls are becoming more and more. She's been able to manage standing with numb legs. So even if she fell one less time, when that happens, it's so embarrassing to do that in front of people. It's so embarrassing to do that in the middle of school, or as Josh was talking about, in the middle of a road, or Lance at a baseball game. Just one less fall would be meaningful to us.
May I add one other thing? I think finding a way to fall asleep within an hour without having heavy medication every night would be very beneficial, because at least for me it has gotten to a point where like if I don't have that certain amount of melatonin, or if I don't take like 2 Benadryls or something, like I don't sleep. And so I think having something that could make me fall asleep at a normal rate would be amazing.
So, obviously, I don't want to speak for everyone here. Everyone has different experiences and everything. But to address your question specifically about, the FDA, you guys want to know, like, what do we mean by our 20%? Because, the numbers and having examples that match with that for you guys is very helpful. And how it's been said, it's difficult to answer that question because, you guys are used to the numbers and adding those to examples. We're not necessarily the best at figuring out, okay, what do these numbers mean to us? We're more focused on the examples themselves. And so, the best example I can give, going back to that, I was stuck in the middle of the road with a guy in a truck mad at me because I couldn't move. My 20% that I mentioned earlier, like I said, it was an additional 3 to 5 steps to get out of the middle of the road and back to the sidewalk. I guess that's about 20% for me because that's just a couple extra steps. It's nothing world-changing to any normal person, but in that moment to me, that was very important. So, just that little extra 20% assistance. Like I've always said, like, if there was some way that I could just have like an inhaler, because I know like it's the oxygen not getting to my legs to get rid of the stuff in there. If I could just have like an inhaler or something, I don't know if that would work. But like if I just, in that moment, if I could just have an inhaler that just real quick puff it in, and then it just gave me enough to take those extra steps, that'd be my 20%.
I could probably share a couple things too, like just Tanner. I can't bring him outside right now because the bugs are so bad and they land on him because he doesn't move. So like just him being able to like swat a bug away, or like he can kind of roll himself in bed. He always likes to go into the cradle position even though he sleeps on his back, but then like he gets stuck like that. So just being able to like move his body back to a position that's not like shrunken in and probably cramping up is great, because then I don't have to wake up multiple times at night and like adjust him, which again, I would do anything for him, but those are the little things that like add up to be big things.
Yeah, that's a quality of life thing.
Yeah.
If you could reduce the number of times you're waking up to have to help him.
Yeah.
And I know for Madison, if we could be confident that she would sleep through the night and sleep 8 hours and start her day with a full battery, or as close to full as she could get, and not need a nap in the afternoon, that would be huge for our family and give us so much more ability to go out and do things because she's got the energy to keep up. For us too, swimming. Like I want her, if she could just figure out swimming, that takes anxiety off of us. It allows her to be included in our family in so many ways. And there's just so many, like I don't want her to drown because she has LBSL. So those are the 2 things that really come to mind for me and for my family when I think about meaningful, immediate outcomes.
Was there anybody else in the audience? Well, I just want to thank you, Dr. Campbell, for helping us get that out, because it's important, and I think we heard some good answers. And I want to remind everybody online, please, if you can, address Dr. Campbell's question in the comment box, because all of your answers will be included in this report. And basically, I think, Dr. Campbell, what we're looking for is measurable ways that if there's things we could improve, measurable ways we could improve them. Okay. I just want to thank everybody. As we bring today's meeting to a close, I want to begin with a simple but heartfelt message of thanks. Thank you to the patients and the families who courageously shared your experiences. Your stories were not just powerful, they were deeply moving and profoundly important. You brought this condition to life in a way that no textbook, no clinical trial, or biomarker ever could. You helped us see the human urgency behind the science. Thank you to the FDA. Thank you so much for being here and listening to our stories. Thank you for being our partners in regulatory science and for listening so closely as you did today. Your presence here sends a clear message that even in the world of rare disease, where the numbers may be small, the voices are many and the need is great. Thank you to the clinicians who are here. The researchers in the back, I see you. Our scientific experts who have committed yourselves to unraveling the complexities of LBSL. Your work is giving this community something they have not had before, a path forward, a reason to believe that treatment and one day a cure is possible. And thank you to the Cure LBSL team, whose vision and persistence made this gathering happen. Organizing this meeting is no small task, and it requires coordination, passion, and a deep belief in the value of patient-centered progress. You've done more than just build hope. You've built a platform for change. Throughout today's discussion, we've heard what it means to live with LBSL. We learned about the diagnostic journeys, the physical limitations, the emotional toll, and the relentless uncertainty. But we also heard about something else: strength, determination, advocacy, community. We've seen it very clearly. That is a population ready to, that we are a population ready to engage with industry, with regulators, with anyone who is serious about developing treatments that truly make a difference. The insights shared will be compiled into a Voice of the Patient report, which we hope will serve to provide lasting insight for drug developers, academic researchers, and regulatory reviewers alike. But more than that, we hope it serves as a catalyst, a reminder that time matters. Time is myelin, and that treatments must not only be effective, but aligned with the patient's value, what patients like you value most: maintaining independence, slowing progression, preserving the quality of life. Let's move forward from today with a renewed sense of purpose and partnership, and let's take what we've learned here and turn it into real and measurable progress, because the LBSL community is not waiting passively. We are ready, we are organized, and we are leading the way. Thank you all for joining us.